Chapter 545. Seeing that it was sufficient, River Styx stopped his preaching and said in a thunderous voice, "I have been preaching for 9 days. Have you learned anything? If you have any questions, you can ask me." The 2 living Buddhas could not hold it in any longer. Hearing his permission, they asked hurriedly, "The teachings of the revered one are profound, but why can't we remember a single word of it when we hear the mantra, big and small, near and far?" River Styx smiled and said, "That's because your mind is uncertain. I preach to all living beings from the heart, and the Zen sounds are preaching to the heart. If your heart is anxious, Mount Meru will be 90 million feet tall, and even the thunderous sound of the Dharma will be as soft as a mosquito. If your heart is moved, Mount Meru will also tremble, and naturally it will be near and far. This Lei-In temple is not in the various worlds, nor is it in the Buddhist kingdom. It is only in your mind. As for why your heart can't hear a single word of it," River Styx made a hand sign and smiled, "it's because your heart doesn't know what to listen to. Those who seek good karma will naturally feel good karma. Amitabha." The group of defeated soldiers put their palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. "Those who seek afterlife will naturally feel the afterlife. Amitabha." The group of wandering ghosts who died in battle also chanted in unison. "Those who seek enlightenment from the Dharma will naturally listen to my teachings. Chirp, chirp, chirp." It was a bunch of animal language, and countless animals made all kinds of sounds. Buddha is in the heart, not in front of your eyes. Ma Dwejia. Listen to your heart, and you will naturally hear the pure Zen singing. There was a circle of clear glass light on top of River Styx's head, and endless sunlight and moonlight were released from his shoulders. He had indeed made a grand appearance. The sky demon's primordial spirit was also formed from thoughts. With a thought of Buddha and demon, it was naturally not a difficult task to transform into the clear glass light and moonlight King Dharma form. After listening to his lies, the foreign monk Ma Dwejia really calmed down and listened to the trace of sky demon in his own consciousness. He focused his mind on one of the 36 sky demons in this world. Sure enough, he immediately fell in love with the sky demon. He felt that all his questions had been answered, and he couldn't help but burst into tears. The heavenly demon explained magic to him and personally distorted his foundation. Gradually, a round light appeared behind Ma Dorj's head, and his body emitted a fragrance. Even the protector beside the Dharma idol turned his hostility into harmony. The most troublesome mixed demonic chi and demonic chi were all transformed into pure Buddhist psyche. Of course, this was only on the surface. In reality, Ma Dorj had directly refined it into the celestial demon diagram. The God Fiend diagram was a Dharma treasure for a sky fiend to attain the Tao. Refining a mere God Fiend was naturally a trivial matter. Even the mystique that Ma Duo Jia desired the most was reflected by the demonic will. He borrowed the countless demons and e'en devils in the celestial demon diagram, as well as his own tainted wisdom to deduce it. Ma Duo Jia saw that the private Buddha Deva Dharma guardian monastery that he cultivated, borrowing the Dharma arts of all Dharma guardians, gods, and devils, had suddenly transformed into a grand vow like a dome, covering all Dharma realms. It could use all kinds of miraculous forms to illuminate all fated beings. There was no longer a trace of doubt in his heart. He immediately praised the revered one and modified his foundation Dharma. He chanted Buddhist mantras, and the light behind his head shone brightly. The beast's lonely souls and even the Jurchen elite soldiers and the Ming Dynasty soldiers seemed to have sensed his Buddhist mantra. They turned into a Dharma idol and hung behind his head. The countless e'en devils in the God Fiend diagram entered the Buddhist light behind his head, and the 2 sides refined each other. Ma Dorj felt that these enlightened Dharma idols were continuously providing him with pure vow power. Even the sentient beings in this realm that had thoughts that were compatible with his also turned into pure psyche power for him. He did not know that these were e'en devils formed from the sentient thoughts of sentient beings. He only thought that they were sentient beings that he had sensed. As he devoutly enlightened sentient beings, he borrowed the psyche power to cultivate. In just a few moments, his mana increased greatly, and he refined himself into a heavenly demon in the God-fiend diagram. Before he succeeded, he felt that the supreme light in his heart was perfected. Suddenly, the Bodhi heart was activated. The ferocious and horrifying Vajra Dharma form behind him suddenly turned and transformed into a benevolent and peaceful big-bellied Arhat. As the Dharma idols he enlightened chanted Buddhist mantras together, they completely erased their sense of self and turned into a heavenly demon of river Styx. At this moment, this heavenly demon, with the foundation of Buddhism, turned his own self and soul into a large amount of pure, heavenly demon psyche power and provided it to river Styx. Suddenly, 360 pure, heavenly demon psyche power was transformed from his countless thoughts and entered into river Styx's heavenly demon primordial spirit to replenish the 120,000 missing thoughts and mana. River Styx felt that this demon could still refine devils endlessly to provide psyche power for himself. In a night, the psyche power provided could refine about 3 heavenly demon psyche power. Suddenly, he understood the principle of Buddhism and demon opposing each other. He thought to himself, so when I enlighten the disciples of Buddhism to become the heavenly demon under my command, there are such benefits. They can provide me with an endless supply of psyche power. If I refine White Brow, Zunsheng, and Xanru, wouldn't my cultivation experience increase tremendously? If I refine all the living beings in this world, even if the Buddha from the upper realm descends, I can beat him up like a dog. What a pity. I'm afraid I won't agree to it. The disciples of the demon sect are also a bunch of useless people. They should have been cultivating their psyche power, but they insisted on learning from the mystic door to cultivate their chi and primordial spirit. They only left behind a small path of God-fiend that can still be used. The disciples of Buddhism in this world are like fat lambs to me. Eating one of them is a great supplement. These 2 foreign monks did not have a high cultivation experience in Buddhism. They relied on unorthodox methods to cultivate the Vajra Dharma form, and they are still so nourishing. Furthermore, they can refine the God-fiend diagram for me. River Styx secretly opened his eyes and looked at the other living Buddha. His eyes were green like a wolf's. The big monk will teach the little monk, and the big living Buddha will cultivate the little monk. Then the little monk and the little monk will grow into the big monk and the big living Buddha. There will be endless children and grandchildren. In the end, they will all ascend to my God-fiend diagram and become heavenly demons. Isn't this a beautiful future? Who knows? I'll have to become a Buddha and open up a Western paradise to educate all living beings. The more River Styx thought about it, the more he felt that the bald head was cute. The Buddha that he transformed into was also becoming more and more amiable. The other living Buddha from the great snow mountain did not last long either. By now, he had been mostly refined. River Styx decided to use his chi to activate the endless demons, heavenly demons, and godly demons in the God-fiend diagram. The living Buddha's consciousness did not even struggle before it was forcefully refined. The boundless Buddha diagram suddenly turned into a scroll in River Styx's hands. The 2 living Buddhas who had just entered had now turned into heavenly demon godly forms and were suspended in the diagram. Sensing the sudden increase of pure psyche power in his primordial spirit, River Styx smiled even more benevolently. There was not a single trace of devil chi on his body. He looked like an eminent monk. There are endless distracting thoughts in the God-fiend diagram. In the past, my energy was limited and I could only refine one in 100,000 of them. Now that I have enlightened the bald donkey to become a Buddha, they can help me refine the distracting thoughts and demons into pure psyche power. A heavenly demon like this is like another me. Moreover, the changes in supernatural power are not the same as the heavenly demons I refined in the past. I still have to turn those old heavenly demons into Buddhas once, and then turn them into heavenly demons. Only then can they help me refine the distracting thoughts and provide me with psyche power. Although it is easy to convert between devil and Buddha, it will take me decades of hard work. River Styx pondered and said, "It is better to capture the bald donkey to refine the demons. It is more convenient and faster than refining the demons myself. I will plant a seed of Buddhism inheritance and establish a sect. Within 100 years, it will probably provide me with 3 Vajra. If I let them grow for 500 years, I might be able to produce an Arhut. However, this is too risky. It is better to harvest them in the Vajra realm. The good thing about this business is that there is an endless supply. It is like farming to harvest heavenly demons." River Styx calculated and felt that this was a good business. He released a living Buddha that he had just refined and asked, "How many Buddhist cultivators above the Vajra realm are there in the Great Snow Mountain? Are there any Arhats? Bodhisattvas?" The heavenly demon replied, "There are millions of believers in the Yellow Sect and hundreds of thousands of disciples. However, there are only 19 of my level of cultivation. They are all titled living Buddhas. There are also 3 venerables whose cultivation is above mine. They are the Arhut state that the demonic lord mentioned. It is said that there is a patriarch who cultivates in seclusion whose cultivation is unfathomable. However, I do not know the truth." River Styx calculated with his fingers and released another newly refined heavenly demon, Madhvajya. He said, "The 2 of you will sneak back to the Great Snow Mountain and secretly attack those bald donkeys who have the same cultivation as you. You can first teach them the grand vow, like a canopy, overturn all Dharma realms. Let them enlighten the believers and absorb their psyche power for cultivation. I have my secret hand on this technique. When they have cultivated to a certain realm, they will definitely be able to sense the celestial demon diagram. When the time comes, you can activate the celestial demon diagram and secretly refine them. At first, you can refine one of them in about 6 months. When you have gathered 6 people, set up the little heavenly demon formation and receive the projection of the realm of desire in the celestial demon diagram. The time will be greatly reduced. When I am free, I will let the 2 of you become Buddhas. When the time comes, carefully train the younger generation. When they have become Vajra, you can lead the others to refine them." Chapter 546. The heavenly demon Madhvajya had just moved a few hundred miles when they saw a grayish-black conveyance light in front of them. They stopped and saw the conveyance light vanish, revealing a Buddha wearing white bone prayer beads on his head. Although he was dressed like a Buddhist, his foundation of magic power was mixed. He had the foundation of the breathing technique of the mystic door, and there were also traces of the meditation power of Buddhism. He was definitely a person from the unorthodox school. The unorthodox school did not care about meat and vegetables, and they did not expect to ascend. Therefore, it was not important for them to purify their Taoist foundation. Most of the unorthodox school people had already given up the hope of immortality and ascension. They only wanted to practice an invincible magical power in this life so that they could be at ease. There was no choice when it came to cultivation. Most of the time, they would practice whatever magic power was powerful. As a result, some of the unorthodox schools at a lower level had magic power that was even more powerful than that of the orthodox mystic door. Even the orthodox schools were afraid of their disciples making mistakes, so they did not dare to teach some powerful magic power. The unorthodox schools were really unscrupulous. This Buddha Tiger Zen was one of them. He was basically a Taoist, but he envied the powerful magic power of the devil school, so he practiced some magic of the devil school. Later, he became friends with Madhvajya and the others, and also practiced some Buddhism. Although he had a variety of methods, practiced a powerful sword technique, and was proficient in several vicious magic power, he had no hope of going further. Now, all he wanted to do was to practice a superb spell or refine a powerful magic weapon to protect himself and survive the 49 great tribulations of the immortals every 500 years. Then he could roam freely for another few hundred years. Ma Duo Jia stopped the rainbow light and asked with a smile, "Oh, it's the venerable Tiger Zen. Senior brother and I are preparing to return to the great snow mountain to practice. May I know what the venerable called us for? If there is nothing, we still have to leave." Seeing that they were so impatient, Tiger Zen's original guess was confirmed. He hurriedly said, "Masters, please don't be in a hurry. I had some fate with the Jurchen chief, Huang Taiji. I saw that he had some luck, and the Jurchen dragon Qi was faintly formed. In the future, he would definitely cause some trouble for the Ming dynasty in the Central Plains. I wanted to take this opportunity to collect some evil blood Qi and borrow some souls to practice a heavenly soul-sucking magic. But just now my soul sensed that Huang Taiji is in trouble, so I came to investigate. I know that the two of you have been interested in that slave for a long time. You want to take advantage of the rise of the Jurchen to promote the Yellow Sect. The Buddhism in the Central Plains is xenophobic. Korea, Siam, and Japan are the places where the Vinaya sect and the Pure Land sect appear. They denounce the Orthodox sect that the two of you came from as heretical. If we don't take advantage of the rise of the Jurchen, it would be difficult for us to intervene. Since the two senior brothers came from the north, they must have seen Huang Taiji's life and death. Can you let me know so that I don't have to run back and forth?" Ma Duajia pretended to ponder for a moment and looked at his senior brother awkwardly. Tiger Chan was also tactful. He just smiled and waited patiently at the side. As if remembering their friendship, Ma Duajia sighed and said, "Huang Taiji has only lost one match and is not in danger yet. Since Venerable Tiger Chan has called us over, there must be something else." Only then did Tiger Chan nod and admit, "I have just calculated once. Huang Taiji's fate is indeed like this. I can only faintly sense that the place where he is at has boundless auspiciousness. It has the appearance of a heavenly maiden and a golden flower. When I calculate again, I can only see a vast and boundless golden lotus covering that heavenly secret. I can't calculate anything else. The golden lotus is a Buddha statue. Since the two of you came from there, you must have gained something. Senior brother should also know that I, Tiger Chan, have the heart of Buddha. I wonder if you can enlighten me a little?" Ma Duijia made a Lianhua seal. He was already one of the sky demons on the celestial demon diagram. Naturally, he could borrow the power of this rare magic treasure to turn it into a golden lotus and wrap the three of them up. When Tiger Chan saw this golden lotus, he was even more certain that the two of them must have gained something amazing. Sure enough, according to Ma Duijia, when the two of them arrived at the Liaodong battlefield, they had gained something else. It turned out that the bloody Qi of the battlefield and the evil Qi of the army had aroused the response of a Buddhist treasure underground. It produced some changes on its own, causing a lianhua to bloom on the battlefield and dispel the filth. However, such an auspicious treasure countered Huang Taiji's fate, so he was momentarily depressed and lost. After the two of them arrived at the battlefield, they found the Buddhist treasure through these clues. Now they were preparing to invite it back to the great snow mountain of the Yellow Sect to suppress the sect's fate. Tiger Chan immediately bowed down and said, "Tiger Chan's heart is eager to Buddha. I dare not count on this Buddhist treasure, nor do I hope to see it. It's just that I was a step late and missed this treasure. I am filled with regret. I only hope that the two of you can enlighten me on the Dharma from this treasure. Let Tiger Chan also listen to this extraordinary Buddhist truth." What he asked for was not excessive. Moreover, Tiger Chan was not much weaker than either of them. With the two of them here, they were not afraid of him snatching it. Therefore, Ma Duijia smiled and said, "What Venerable Tiger Chan is asking for is not difficult. Even if Venerable Tiger Chan takes a look at it, it's not a big deal. Even if Venerable Tiger Chan wants to use this to comprehend, I believe it won't be difficult as long as you join our sect." With a shake of his right hand, a golden lotus bloomed in his palm. He picked it up and handed it to Tiger Chan for him to look at. When Tiger Chan looked at the golden lotus, he suddenly felt a supreme light in his heart. A spell of hundreds of Sanskrit words flowed into his heart. After a little comprehension, he found that it was a wonderful method to control the thoughts of the primordial spirit. It could turn one's primordial spirit into a Buddha of the outer path. Then the Dharma would not be so heterogeneous and would not be affected by the Taoist and Devil's Foundation. He only needed to use the pure light of the Golden Lotus to get through the initial moment when his thoughts were at their weakest, so that he would not be harmed by the heavenly demons. Tiger Chan was overjoyed and did not think too much. He was friends with Ma Dwejia and knew that they had long wanted to pull him into the Yellow Sect and become a Dharma protector of the outer path. However, Dida Tiger Chan had always disliked being restricted, so he did not agree. Now that he had obtained such a benefit and had the foundation of the Dharma, his position in the sect could be discussed in the future. In this case, he might as well be a family with them. Why should he be afraid of being harmed by them? This was to receive the pure light of Buddha, emitted by the heavenly demons in the picture of gods and demons to cleanse his mixed thoughts. As soon as the heavenly demon divine light entered his soul, Dida Tiger Chan immediately understood countless dharma. Greed, hatred, obsession, desire, and evil immediately surged into his heart. In front of the two heavenly demons, how good could the fate of receiving the heavenly demon divine light into his primordial spirit be? In just a moment, his original self would be erased, and his primordial spirit would be refined into a heavenly demon. However, his foundation was not pure, so it would be difficult for him to transform into a Buddha. For the time being, he could not provide psyche power to River Styx. When his primordial spirit was converted into a Vajra, River Styx would be able to reap another harvest. Hundreds of miles away, the old demon River Styx held the picture of gods and demons in his hand and nodded with a gratified smile. He knew that he had taken another step forward in the great way of the heavenly demon. Chapter 547. General Zhu, there seems to be some movement in the slave Jian camp. A deputy general reported to Zhu Dasho. Oh. Zhu Dasho stood up from his desk and quickly walked out of the tent towards the top of the city wall. At the same time, he asked, "Are they building that wall again? Or are they redeploying their troops to attack Deling River Castle again? That Huang Taiji is a cunning person. How many people in the slave Jian camp are there? They definitely won't be so unwise. Sigh. I wonder when the imperial court's reinforcements will arrive." The deputy general hesitated and said, "General, could it be related to the heavenly voice from yesterday?" Zhu Dasho laughed and said, "I'm very familiar with this Wu Zhuan. The voice is indeed his, but how can he have the courage to insult the chief? I'm afraid he's still worried about begging for mercy from the Jurchen after his defeat. He's just a mediocre person and can't be of much use. If he comes to save me, as long as the enemy shows the ability to defeat him, he will retreat. On the other hand, his son Wu Sangui has the feeling of a dog father and a tiger son, but he's just a tiger among dogs." Zhu Dasho stood at a high place and looked into the distance. As expected, he saw smoke and dust billowing from the Jurchen camp. The flags seemed to have fallen to the ground. "There seems to be some movement," Zhu Dasho pondered and said, "Could it be that the imperial court has other reinforcements that I don't know about?" Yang Da's blood and qi exploded like a beacon that shot up to 100 feet into the sky. The boundless blood light was swallowed by the red lotus. His eyes were emotionless and calm to the extreme, but the demonic nature in his soul was also crazy to the extreme. This calm and crazy demonic light of wisdom allowed him to control a copious amount of saber aura and slashed dozens of times. Each saber was sharp and unpredictable. Now that his demonic arts had absorbed the essence and blood of tens of thousands of people, he had reached great heights. The great art of massacre had been tempered by the lives of these tens of thousands of people, and it had also honed an exquisite killing intent. The demonic saber had entered the realm of unpredictability. He had the shapeless saber aura and also the saber demon. He had reached the point where there was nothing in the world that he couldn't kill. Even Yang Da's greatest shortcoming, the wisdom of the martial path, was no longer a shortcoming because he had sensed the 30-odd sky demons in the unseen world, which was equivalent to him gaining sentience from the endless battles of the Yin demons in the Central Plains. Yang Da, who had turned into a devil, was far more tyrannical than his normal self. Under normal circumstances, Yang Da could only rely on a bit of bravery to fight against 2 cultivators of the same cultivation level as him. He could even take the risk of getting injured and kill one of them. How could he be as emotionless and thoughtless as he was now, unhindered by anything and able to unleash his strength to an unfathomable level, relying on various kinds of inconceivable supernatural powers of the Sky Devil? He was able to fight this foreign monk, whose cultivation and magical power were countless times higher than his, for hundreds of rounds without falling into a disadvantageous position. If not for the relationship between him and Chinon as a master and disciple, the Sky Devil would have long demonized Yang Da's body, causing it to undergo an irreversible transformation. His body would grow scales and flesh armor, and he would be able to breathe devil energy, making his corporeal body several hundred times stronger than before. With the addition of supernatural powers such as heavenly ghosts, deities, and demons, he would have long killed this old llama. But because of this limitation, both of them were in a stalemate. If not for Yang Da being able to kill the nearby soldiers to recover his strength and injuries, he would have long fallen into a disadvantageous position. But now, all the soldiers who dared to come near them were all killed, and Yang Da's situation was getting more and more dangerous. Huang Taiji watched the battle from afar. His eyes filled with hatred as he stared at Yang Da, as if he wanted to tear him apart alive. He bit his lower lip, drank the blood from his mouth, and said with a smile, "Anyone who dares to come near Lord Zhang and the demon will be killed. Killed without mercy. That demon has no blood to replenish himself, and Lord Zhang has gained the upper hand. We are about to win." Looking at the soldiers around him, who were in a sorry state and had their banners in disarray, he couldn't help but feel depressed. There were only a few hundred of them left, but he had 50,000 elite soldiers, and there were 50,000 servants from the Mongolian and Han army. He suffered such an undeserved disaster, and it was all caused by one person. How could he not be heartbroken? He almost let out a long howl, but he didn't dare to do so. After such a huge defeat, the few Bele who had already lost their power would definitely make a move. If he allowed them to take the opportunity of his falling prestige to contact their old subordinates, his position as Khan might not be stable. Even if he could stabilize the headquarters, after this huge defeat, the strength of the headquarters would decline, and those Mongolian tribes who had already surrendered would have strange ideas. The prestige of the Great Ming was already far greater than the influence of the Jurchen. If it was not stable, the Jurchen might lose their control over the Mongolian tribes. Therefore, Huang Taiji could only bear with it. He couldn't show any signs of fatigue or weakness. Both inside and outside of the Great Jin were wolves who were eyeing them covetously. Even these generals who seemed to be loyal to him, when he showed a hint of weakness, could turn into wolves and bite the flesh and blood they desired the most. Power, especially those ambitious brothers of his. At this time, Huang Taiji suddenly saw 2 silhouettes standing not too far away from him. A Han man sat on a horse and looked at him coldly. Before Huang Taiji could react, he saw a shadow quickly float over from the horse. It was so fast that even with the elites around him, none of them were able to fire an arrow. The group of Jurchen generals only felt their vision blur, and then they saw a person in front of them. "There's an assassin!" The guards on the left and right shouted. Among them, there were also people who were highly skilled in martial arts. They knew that this kind of lightness skill was shocking. Fortunately, it didn't seem to be a demon that couldn't be stopped by human strength. They still stood in front of him loyally. But how could Li Ning, who had tried to become a demon, be ordinary? He wasn't as scary and inhumane as Yang Da, but when he attacked, he was more ruthless. It was this ruthlessness that made his martial arts more than 10 times stronger. The long sword in the case was suddenly unsheathed at an unimaginable speed. The light of the sword only made a turn in front of the guards, and Li Ning had already passed them without stopping. At this moment, a line of blood appeared on the neck of the guards, and they fell in shock. Li Ning seemed to have entered an uninhabited land. Even though Huang Taiji and his left and right rushed forward, they only fell one by one. Huang Taiji saw a banner leader die, another bay, Li's head fly up, some ran, some died. He only felt a burst of dizziness. He wished he could die at that man's hands immediately, but he quickly came back to his senses and ran forward 10 times more resolutely. Li Ning's eyes were faintly red, and the sword in his hand was even fiercer. The long sword in his hand was not the one that River Styx had given him. It was just a fine iron sword that cost 30 taels of silver from a normal blacksmith. In his hand, it was protected by his vital qi. It could break through countless armor, and it could still kill. Countless of Huang Taiji's guards tried to protect him, and Li Ning's sword was already bleeding like a river. However, Huang Taiji still managed to escape further and further away. He let out a fierce roar, and his Zhen Qi increased by 30%. The edge of his sword emitted a 3 feet long blood-red sword aura, and more than 10 people who were blocking his way were cut in half. At this point, no one could stand between Huang Taiji and Li Ning. Huang Taiji's face was filled with despair, and he shouted, "No!" When Zhou Chen saw Li Ning's cold and sharp eyes, just like Yang Da's, and the vital qi on his body was faintly covered with devil qi, he couldn't help but become anxious. Ignoring the fact that Huang Taiji was about to be killed, he suddenly summoned a protective Buddhist psyche power and shouted, "Wake up!" Li Ning's voice sounded like a great bell ringing in his ears. He was stunned subconsciously, and the long sword in his hand suddenly shattered without the protection of his vital qi. Huang Taiji hurriedly took this opportunity to lie flat on his horse. The guards around him were ready to rush forward to stop him again. Li Ning had no choice but to shake the long sword with all his strength. His vital qi wrapped in countless shards, and with an extremely powerful technique, he threw them forward. Most of the shards were blocked by the guards who rushed forward with their bodies, and only a few hit Huang Taiji's back. At this time, Li Ning's mind was clear, and he just watched as Huang Taiji was surrounded by the crowd as they shouted, "Protect the Khan!" The battle between Yang De and the head lama had also reached the most dangerous moment. Yang De didn't have any blood essence to replenish his vital qi, and his vital qi was getting more and more exhausted. Although he had been polished more smoothly, he was still a little bit weaker than the lama. Seeing that Huang Taiji was in danger, the head lama attacked even more fiercely. Disregarding the injury to his source, he struck out 10 big handprints in a row, smashing Yang Da's saber qi, and then condensing it again. For a moment, it was less fierce. The lama's eyes became even fiercer. Regardless of Huang Taiji's imminent danger, he still wanted to take the opportunity to kill Yang De. At this critical moment, a hateful voice that was very familiar to the 3 elites of Qilu and Lu suddenly came from midair. It said, "Where did this damn bald donkey come from? How dare you bully the weak and bully my 3 martial nephews? As their martial uncle, I can't stand it." Then an extremely fast, blood-red flowing light fell from the sky, curled around the lama, and swallowed him into a scroll. Yang De saw that the martial uncle only shook the scroll in his hand a few times, and the lama's scream disappeared without a trace. Looking at the 3 elites of Qilu and Lu, who were in a sorry state, River Styx laughed and said, "The 3 martial nephews are indeed young and handsome. You didn't disappoint martial uncle and the others, and you killed the Tatars of the Jian dynasty until their blood flowed like a river. Especially Yang De. He really has the demeanor of our generation. Are you willing to become martial uncle's disciple and learn the way of slaughtering all living beings and destroying the world by the heavenly devil?" Yang De looked at the smiling River Styx, and the demonic thoughts in his eyes suddenly surged. Without knowing the direction, he rode on the saber chi and disappeared into the south like a flowing light. Chapter 548. River Styx had already sent this information to the skyscraping devil that sensed Dorgan. Immediately, Dorgan's inner demonic spirit changed. When Dorgan was alive, he was cunning and ambitious. Now that his inner self was devoured by the skyscraping devil, he was 10 times more vicious than when he was alive. Huang Taiji was still alive, but now he was half dead. River Styx calculated that he would be controlled by Dorgan sooner or later. Originally, he needed to use some evil schemes. Now, he just needed to bribe the general of the Jianyu headquarters and unite with the deposed Amin, Haug, and the others. So what if he killed the Khan and seized power according to the Jurchen tradition? This plan was open and above board. For the Han people who valued orthodoxy, of course, it was difficult to accept. However, for the Jurchen, they had their own tradition, so it was not difficult for them to accept it. After Dorgan seized power, not only would he not help River Styx control the Jurchen, but he would also use the evil energy of his demonic spirit to expose the truth of River Styx's scheme. At that time, he would contact the living Buddhas of the Mongolian, Tubo, and the Great Snow Mountain tribes to secretly collude with the Devil Path and seek revenge on River Styx. This was the official feast of the Liaodong tribulation. The 3 people who died in the Battle of Daling River were just appetizers. They did not deserve the name of the tribulation of the 4 Nine Immortals. Moreover, Dorgan was doing his best because the Styx wanted to use himself as bait to lure out the Lord God's backup plan. No matter how covert the Master God was, he had to get in touch with Dorgan from the Jurchen side. Although River Styx was the bait and Dorgan was the hook, if the bait was as ferocious as River Styx, he would probably eat the fish together. River Styx's vital spirit predicted that a few individual immortals from the orthodox path and unorthodox path of the Central Plains would arrive soon. The situation was set. River Styx turned into a bloodlight and fled. In the air, he suddenly transformed the power of the sky demon method into a strand of demonic spirit and sneaked into people's hearts. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the sky. 3 minutes later, at the place where River Styx disappeared, ascetic Buddha showed up with invisible sword light. Another 2 beams of light followed from behind. They were by Gai and Jumei. They both stopped in midair. By Gai teased, ascetic Buddha, you actually let that old devil escape even though you hid invisible sword beams in the sky. Ever since you learned the formless sword escape from the Tai Ching mystic door, no one could detect your formless sword light. You've been successful in every endeavor and eradicated countless evil demons, but you failed today. Ascetic did aside and said, I didn't have the confidence to make a move in the first place. I just faintly felt that the old devil seemed to have discovered us, so I made a move to test him. I told you to fall behind a few 100 miles, but he just happened to disappear 10 feet away from the formless sword. It seems like he really has a way to break the Tai Ching mystic door and has the formless sword escape. With this harvest, it's not a waste of time to come. Zhu Mei's expression was a little solemn. He stroked his beard and said, Ascetic old man, your formless sword escape is different from a junior like Monk Shao. You've trained it to the point where it's invisible and intangible, formless and colorless. Are you really sure that the old devil saw through you? That River Styx first shed his drought demon body and achieved the supreme demon body of Great Azura. He obtained the Blood God Sutra that Xianyuan the Great found somewhere and cultivated the blood, sea, primordial spirit that couldn't be killed. At that time, he was already the #1 person of the demon path in this world. I heard that the demons that cultivated in seclusion in West Kunlun all called him the Yuquan Blood Devil. After that, he was beaten out of the 4 seas by Chenong of the primordial Narcissus. After he escaped to Middle-earth, his cultivation didn't decrease, but increased instead. The white-browed divine monk, Zen Master Zuanqing, and divine Nanyu Ten worked together to calculate his background. but they only managed to fight against his incarnation of the Mahesvara, heavenly devil, several times in the heaven's secrets. It was extremely dangerous. The few divine monks were plotted against by him using the devil Luoboxen as a Buddha and gave a Buddhist scripture of total destruction. Only then did they know that this person had already achieved the supreme Tao fruit of the Sky Devil, and his magical power was unbelievably vast. The Sky Devil broke the law and ended the law. The fate was the most compatible with the tribulations. Now that his fate was compatible with the 49 great tribulations of the immortals, along with the evolution of the tribulations, the progress of his supernatural power and magical power was immeasurable. Senior Brother and Senior Yen Zimu estimated his background and guessed that he might not be the original drought demon Gu Haozi. Instead, when Gu Haozi broke through to the Sky Devil, he attracted the tribulation of the Sky Devil and the Sky Man, and his original self was swallowed by the devil. I don't know which Sky Devil King's incarnation came to the world and attracted the tribulation. He prayed to the Patriarch, but he didn't get the decree from the Patriarch. That is to say, it's highly possible that Devil Luoboxen came in person. Zhu Mei also sighed and said, if it wasn't for Longbrow Saint's message, asking us to trust the Chenong of the primordial Narcissus, I would definitely suspect that these two people are related. But since Xinren said so, it's absolutely impossible. Zhu Mei said this, as if she didn't doubt Longbrow Saint at all. However, the two people beside her didn't seem to have any objection. Obviously, they agreed with what she said. That Chun-Ong fellow wants to refine a furnace of treasures to control the devil to deal with the tribulation caused by the devil. He sent me a message the day before yesterday. The 4 treasures of the first furnace have been produced, and now he went to look for the fated person. Yesterday, I also calculated that one of them actually has some fate with Senior Brother Zuanzenzi's first disciple, Zhugajing. Another one has fallen into the hands of a Jinzhou army commander's son, and the other 2 also have their own masters. Ascetic Buddha frowned and said, this kind of treasure belongs to the tribulation. I don't know how many difficulties and obstacles there are. Karma and luck are on it, and there is also the involvement of the Sky Devil. I actually can't calculate whether it's good or bad. I only know that this kind of treasure is the hope to save your life in the future. But it could also be a life-threatening talisman. It can help you achieve the Tao, but it can also pull you into hell and sink forever. Fortune and misfortune are reversed, and it's only in the ingenuity of one's heart. This is a dangerous test for me. Ascetic Buddha couldn't bear to see it. It was Zhu Mei who persuaded him. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, you can't escape it. This treasure is determined by the heavens. It can be seen that my martial nephew has already been involved in this tribulation. This treasure is just a sign. If there is trouble in the future, we will do our best to protect it. Someone is coming. Let's hide the side first. Ascetic Buddha activated the invisible sword escape and hid the 3 of them. Not long after, 2 sword lights descended. One was the famous individual celestial He Huanzhang from the side sect, and the other was the 7th disciple of Xian Yuan the Great, Merciless Mosh. The 2 looked at the remains of the battlefield below. Merciless Mosh couldn't help but gnash his teeth and said, that old Devil River Styx killed my honored master, and I have an irreconcilable grudge against him. Originally, I thought that his magic was powerful and his cultivation was profound, so I wanted to secretly find his flaws. I wanted to kill his disciples or harm the people he cares about. I wanted to ruin something big for him so that I could avenge my honored master. It's a pity that the old devil is truly inhumane. He takes pleasure in toying with the masses. A few days ago, we saw his martial nephew. He must be the disciple of his archenemy. I wanted to kill them and frame the old devil, but he played with them like this. I'm afraid he doesn't care about this. If I were to take action, I'm afraid he would be happy to see me. If this goes on, when will we be able to avenge him? Chapter 549. Ascetic Buddha who was invisible at the side, said, "This person is also sinful and has done many evil things. Unfortunately, his time has not come and he cannot be killed. However, River Styx is not someone easy to deal with. If he continues like this, he will meet his doom sooner or later." However, he suddenly heard a voice in his heart. "My friend is right. River Styx will let him meet his doom now." A voice suddenly came from the ground. "So there is still a dead remnant here. I am the kindest. I will send you to reunite with your master now." River Styx was thousands of miles away. He followed the aura and sent a strand of skyscraping devil's thought over. He attached it to his voice. The moment the two heretics heard it, he immediately followed the skyscraping devil's sense and absorbed their blood. After River Styx became a skyscraping devil, he placed a curse in his name. As long as there was no formation like the yin and yang dust formation to conceal his name, he would sense the skyscraping devil when he called out River Styx's name. Even a master like ascetic Buddha accidentally fell for it. He knew everything they said. Trash, like merciless Mosh, would die from the devil's sense if he cursed him. He did not care about them at all. There were always people who scolded him in this world, but River Styx never cared. He would pinch one whenever he was free and curse them to death. He could also absorb their blood to nourish the celestial demon diagram for fun. In these few days, he had already killed 5 people like this. Including the 2 today, he had 7, which was an auspicious number. However, he did not know when someone would realize this and address him as the mysterious man, or the one whose name cannot be uttered. He must have appeared in front of ascetic Buddha once today, so it would not be long before that happened. Of course, what River Styx would not say was that now that his skyscraping devil's primordial spirit was at the primary level, anyone below the level of divine immortal would sense the skyscraping devil in the celestial demon diagram when he called out his name. He had no choice but to say it. Whether it was real or fake, it was also fun. His free-form incarnation could not create joy, so he used the joy of all living beings as joy. Even though River Styx did not restrict him from creating joy, the style of free-form incarnation was still affected. Ku Xen Duda, who was hiding at the side, smiled bitterly and shook his head. The 3 of them did not say another word and turned into conveyance lights and headed towards the East Sea. River Styx had already landed in the city of Chengdu in the center of Sichuan. Another 90,000 miles to the west was the Great Snow Mountain Plateau, the place where the demons of West Kunlun hid. Since ancient times, the center of Sichuan had beautiful mountains and beautiful scenery. The leader of the right path, Amei, the Qingqing sect, and even the divine Nanyu Tan lived in seclusion. Moreover, there were many spiritual mountains and blessed lands. Since the Song dynasty, Sichuan had the highest number of immortals. It was not without reason that strange people and strange things appeared frequently. When River Styx landed in Chengdu City, he suddenly had a thought. As the Sky Devil, I can sense all living beings. However, I have always been high above and was not affected by the thoughts of the living beings. Why don't I mix in with the living beings today? I can sense the pain and happiness of the living beings. He abandoned his original appearance of a young man in black and transformed into an old Taoist in ragged clothes. He walked along the street barefooted. Chengdu Prefecture was the capital of Sichuan Prefecture, so it had all kinds of prosperous things. The underworld river flowed through the people coming and going. There were people dressed in rich clothes, scholars in green robes, and even 2 people with supernatural power. However, he acted according to his nature, and in the end he gradually merged with the poor people, and gradually separated from the people dressed in clean clothes. In the beginning, he could still see a sense of pride. Even though his clothes were ragged, he still had a bearing and was extraordinary. Later on, as he sensed more and more people's hearts, his temperament became ordinary. His old eyes seemed to be blurred and no longer had the vigor from before. However, he gradually became more in tune with the poor people around him and no longer saw him as a strange person. Stepping on the muddy water and dripping with mud, River Styx followed him to the harbor. Along the way, he did a few fortune-telling businesses. Now that he was like this, naturally he would not attract rich people like Xiao Si. Most of them were old women who worked and were only worth a few copper coins. Along the way, he even predicted someone's fate. He lost his husband when he was middle-aged and his son when he was old. In winter, he had to wash clothes for others. Rheumatism seeped into his bones. 3 years later, he would feel pain for 4 hours every time it was wet. 70% of the family's land was used to grow vegetables. At the end of the year, he had to repay his debts. He died of poverty and sickness. He was almost chased and beaten. Although he did not predict poverty and sickness or starvation to death, there were still people who gave him money out of kindness or sincerity. Later, River Styx learned his lesson. Every time he would ask for money first. Only then would he predict someone's fate. He was also a fortune teller based on his ability. How could he let someone else accept it for nothing? This bit of money was not even enough to stay in a proper guest room. Fortunately, there were many people like him. There was a place on the pier where one could stay for a night for 5 copper coins. It was a shack, barely able to block some of the wind. Coming and going, there were also some prostitutes doing business. They would pull the laborers to the side, and with a little cover, they would be able to make a living. Now, wherever River Styx was, his primordial spirit could sense the changes in people's hearts within a radius of 10,000 miles. The celestial demon diagram covered almost the entire world. The human heart was complicated and full of desires and illusions. What had he not seen before? But to truly be in this lowly place of the human world, to feel the joys and sorrows of the human world was something that he had never experienced before. The heavenly demon's primordial spirit was like a mirror. It faithfully reflected the thoughts of everyone around it. A prostitute beside him was thinking about a child she once had. She had left him at the entrance of a charity hall in Chengdu. She missed him very much. Looking at her wrinkled face and yellowed teeth, it was hard to imagine that she was only 30 years old. While she was doing her business, she could occasionally imagine how her child was living. The most wonderful thing she imagined was that a rich family would take her in as a child. The most daring thing she imagined was that she would have a childless couple. When she thought about this, she forgot about this idea. It was as if she did not even dare to think about it. As for finding her own child, she did not dare to think about it. Even though the heavenly demon had slightly stirred up the delusion in her heart, this thought had never truly occupied her mind. River Styx silently thought about this woman's closest blood relation. The divination showed that it was in the mass grave outside the city. The laborer beside him was thinking about how to repay his debt. He had buried his wife before the new year, and now he still owed the elder brother society. He was a brother who had joined the society, so he could owe them until now. However, he still had to pay 1/3 of his daily wages to the small leader, but in reality he had to pay half. Otherwise, he would be assigned to the most tiring work. As for the outsiders who did not join the society, he still had a way to earn money, which was to beat up those who did not join the society and tried to steal their business. Those who were ruthless and evil were looked upon favorably. Those who joined the society's thugs could earn an extra 2 strings of money every month. However, beating up people required a lot of effort. If they did not kill anyone, they would be laughed at. Originally, he did not like to do such cruel things. However, if he continued to owe them, his wages would not even be enough to pay the interest. Thinking of this, the laborer thought it was better to be more ruthless. Otherwise, he would not be able to repay the money. It was the first time he had become a disciple of the elder brother. If he could appear to be ruthless, he would be valued, and his settlement allowance would be 10 strings of money. The sailors on the ship, the boat haulers, the most ordinary farmers, the tenant farmers, the thoughts of countless people were reflected in the heavenly demon's primordial spirit and reflected in River Styx's heart lake. The heavenly demon does not use his own musical instruments to materialize. Instead, He uses the lower heaven to materialize his own pleasures and games. This is why it is called free form. At this moment, the heavenly demon sensed all living beings, but he did not hear about the pleasures of all living beings. There were only all kinds of suffering, all kinds of negative karma, and the struggles of billions of living beings in the Middle Earth, the Ming Dynasty, the West region, the Southern barbarians, and all the other countries. The endless, distracting thoughts of all living beings were first of all suffering. All thoughts of sadness, resentment, hatred, and anger were transformed into all kinds of wishes. So the heavenly demon also has wishes. River Styx was speechless. The heavenly demon uses the lower heaven to materialize his own pleasures and games. This is why it is called free form. However, the human world is filled with resentment, worry, bitterness, and sorrow. This kind of wish power can be used by the gods and devils, and the heavenly demon that I have refined can use it. However, my heavenly demon's primordial spirit cannot use it. The pure power of thought should be born under the dharma of perfection, tranquility, and joy. Therefore, the power of thought used by the Buddhist sect should be merciful and beautiful wishes. As expected, the Buddha and the devil share the same thoughts. The relationship between the devil and Buddha is deeper than I thought. River Styx looked at the thoughts of all living beings reflected in the heavenly demon's primordial spirit and said quietly, "How can the celestial beings save the Ming Dynasty? If I don't turn the world upside down, how can I save all of you? If I turn the world upside down, what's the use of saving all of you? The mercy of the devil is to give all of you one last way out when there is no other way out." River Styx flicked his finger in the celestial demon drawing. Suddenly, a formation in the 9 heavens and 10 earths turned into an illusory world. It evolved into countless peaceful and prosperous worlds. This world was formed by River Styx. All the laws came from River Styx. It was the happiest and most peaceful world that River Styx could create. It was a world where River Styx could create a carefree and worry-free world. After River Styx finished creating this world, he used the immeasurable thoughts and demons in the celestial demon drawing as a supplement. He forcefully created this world that was formed by the formation. Although it was just a realm of thoughts formed by the power of thought, this place could accommodate countless souls. When their lifespans were exhausted, they would enter the cycle of reincarnation. River Styx's clear voice echoed in the void. Chapter 550. After staying in Chengdu for a day, River Styx kept the celestial demon drawing and headed for the great snow mountain by the river. She exerted the sky demon meditation technique to the extreme and sensed the secrets of the people's hearts on the Kangba Tea Horse Road. In a flash, she had already descended into the world as a sky demon from the souls and thoughts of the traveling merchants. The border of western Sichuan was the boundary between the Great Snow Mountain Plateau and the Sichuan Basin. The mountains and rivers here were towering, and the dangerous peaks of the Spirit Mountains could easily reach hundreds of thousands of meters. They were almost touching the boundary between the spiritual celestial realm and the human realm of the land. There were only countless star worlds in between that existed in the void here. If one stood on the peak of a dangerous mountain like Tangula, it was almost within reach. She could pluck the stars with her hands. The Great Snow Mountain was made up of 3 parts. One was the Tibetan Plateau, where the Buddhist esoteric sect gathered. The other was the Bon sect of the Devil sect. The relationship between them was so complicated that it could not be explained with just a few words. In the eyes of the Buddhist Zen of the mystic door of the Middle Earth, the esoteric sect could be classified as an unorthodox sect. Although their achievements were mediocre and their foundations were mixed, they were still cultivators. The Bon sect was directly condemned as a devil sect and belonged to the list of demons who subdued demons. The second part was the Great Snow Mountain at the border. It was rarely visited by humans and was covered by the Black Ice River all year round. From time to time, the 9 heavens, astral wind, and Xianming water would wreak havoc. The environment was very harsh. Even cultivators did not like to build a cave abode here. Other than a few special products, heavenly treasures and spiritual medicines were not produced here. It could be said to be a desolate and barren land. The third part was the devil hideout of West Kunlun. This place was connected to the main vein of Kunlun. There were barbarian and savage tribes living here. It was connected to the sky above and the earth below. The vitality here was extremely pure. It was a land full of heavenly treasures and spiritual medicines. However, the natural environment was harsh and the population was sparse. Other than a few old monsters with profound supernatural power, there were only a few old demons who had been in seclusion for many years who cultivated here. Old man blood god of Stone God Palace, old demon Iron City of Mount Iron City, old man corpse pie of Azura Palace, old demon Red Lotus of the Sea of Constellations, and so on were all cultivating here. As River Styx ventured deeper into the Great Snowy Mountain, he naturally got closer to these two forces. One of them was a great supplement for the deity and demon diagram, and the other was a target for the battle of the Great Tao. In the future, he would have to clean up and control them. The identity of River Styx had done more good deeds before, and he was loved and respected by the people here. If the news of his arrival were to spread, it would easily cause some misunderstandings with the Tantric Buddhism sect and the demon sect. This wasn't easy to explain. If there was even the slightest bit of friction, there would probably be a bloody calamity here, countless deaths and injuries. River Styx was a kind person. He did not want this misunderstanding and some rumors in Liaodong to lead to an unmanageable outcome. Therefore, it was better to hide his identity. Fortunately, there were countless ghosts in the deity and demon diagram, and each of them had an identity. River Styx made the heavenly demonic corpses revert to their original forms, and each of them was dressed as a Taoist cultivator. Among them were the Sea King Rogue Immortals that Chun Ong killed, the demonic Tao demons that River Styx had set up formations to lure and kill, and even some Tantric Buddhism, sect heretics, and heretical sects that River Styx had killed since he came to Middle-earth. These deity and demon incarnations reverted to the appearance they had when they were alive. Other than the explosive increase in their supernatural powers, their memories and powers from when they were alive were not the least bit lacking. When used against enemies, it was not difficult for them to make him look like a living person. If they were willing to use their fundamental heavenly demonic incarnation, the heavenly demonic magic power had other unpredictable supernatural powers, and the most amazing thing was that they could reverse the heavenly mysteries. Those who were not as skilled as River Styx would not be able to calculate the relationship between them. As River Styx thought about this, he opened the deity and demon diagram and chose from the deity and demon incarnations that had lifelike faces. Excluding the overseas Taoist cultivators, the only unfamiliar faces in the Great Snow Mountain were the ones who had killed Su Anyuan the Great and the demonic Tao demons that had been refined to death. Then, excluding a few who had an inconvenient identity, were disciples of Su Anyuan the Great, or had some reputation in the demonic Tao and were too conspicuous. The remaining Taoist cultivators would be able to choose those who had sufficient cultivation and status, but were not conspicuous and had some extraordinary supernatural powers that could be accepted by the Taoist cultivators of the Great Snow Mountain. Under such complicated conditions, even though River Styx had killed many people and was stained with the blood of the demonic Tao demons, there were only 5 suitable candidates. The first was the abandoned disciples of the Heaven Obscenity cult. Among them, Supreme Ashbone, Supreme Tiger, and the others had extraordinary cultivation. Their master was the Heaven Obscenity cult leader who had died in a calamity. The mystic Een scripture that they cultivated was also extraordinary. Even though they had some karma with the demonic corpse valley, the demonic corpse would only appear 20 years later. Together, they were considered suitable candidates. The second was a rogue cultivator from the West Kunlun sect, Shaocheng. This person had once joined the Lianshan cult, but because he had done too many evil deeds, he was afraid of Patriarch Lianshan's punishment, so he broke the door and escaped. In the beginning, he only cultivated some unorthodox spells. After he joined the Lianshan cult, he cultivated the magic in the mystic demon 3 ginseng, divine office supplement. Fortunately, this person was familiar with the cultivation method that he cultivated, River Styx. His karma was related to Great Master Lianshan, who was also related to Chenong, so he could be considered as another suitable candidate. The third and fourth were the disciples of Xian Yuan the Great, or the Venerable Poisonous Dragon. Their master had already been sent into the map by River Styx. Their karma was clean, but it was hard to explain how they survived. They could be considered as the second and third suitable candidates. The last one was a rogue cultivator from the unorthodox sect Yuan Su. This person was quite capable, but he was not famous. He could be considered as one of the hidden old demons in the South Sea. His mana was not below that of the green-robed elder, but he did not have a proper inheritance. The fundamental Tao technique that he cultivated was ordinary, but he had a unique spell that was quite extraordinary. It was called the Sky Demon Secret Script. It was a rare magic of the free-form incarnation, the Heavenly Soul Demon Secret Script. It could refine a soul into a Yin demon, cut off a strand of one's own soul's obsession, and plant it into a Yin demon of the unorthodox path. Using this spell, one could pollute other people's treasured weapons and cultivate various kinds of faceless sky demons. The supernatural power that he displayed was extraordinary. Fortunately, this person's spell was similar to the sky demon path that River Styx cultivated, and his supernatural power was powerful. With this identity, his mana would have more freedom. These 5 people each had their own advantages. As for how to choose, it was up to River Styx to decide. After thinking about it again and again, River Styx still felt that the other 4 identities had their own origins. Although they were convenient, it was still quite troublesome to hide their karma. If he acted based on this, he would be bound by the original body's karma. Only the last one, although it was not convenient, had more room to be used, and it would be easier to kill people. With a shake of the celestial demon diagram, Yuan Su's faceless sky demon descended and transformed into a primordial spirit incarnation that draped over his body. The sky demon primordial spirit turned, and endless memories surged into his brain. They were easily suppressed by the primordial spirit and transformed into a shapeless imprint. Immediately, Yuan Su's cultivation of the Heavenly Soul Demon Secret Script that he could not cultivate successfully was achieved. River Styx shouted, and countless green flames flew out of his 7 orifices. They transformed into shooting stars that danced around him. He himself also transformed into a strange-looking Taoist. These green flames were transformed from Yin demons, and their nature was strange. They were like sentient beings and could be refined into all kinds of demons. When the cultivation of the Heavenly Soul Demon Secret Script was achieved, there were 300 to 400 green flames, and they were quite powerful. However, River Styx did not care about these. He absorbed countless Yin demons of distracting thoughts from the celestial demon diagram. After a few swallowing and spitting, he multiplied the number of green fire Yin demons by a few times. He refined them into thousands of balls and scattered them. They attached themselves to the glaciers of the great snow mountain that had accumulated for thousands of years under his feet. Immediately, an endless amount of ice essence gathered and transformed into a strange insect that was formed from cold air. It had 8 eyes and 6 legs, and it looked like a locust. It was about the size of a wine cup, and it looked like a brilliant green flame. It looked as if it was forged from black ice, and it was the image of an ancient variant of the frost moth. Chapter 551. Originally, the rogue cultivator Yuan Su was considered to have some tricks among the rogue cultivators with his Du Tian soul-severing demonic spell. He planted his soul in the bodies of demonic beasts, insects, and vengeful spirits, and the mutated demon was rather powerful. Even in River Styx's formless and blood river formation, he still managed to persevere to the end. If it wasn't for the fact that his spells were restrained by the sky demon and his mana was not very impure, he might not have been taken down. Originally, after this spell cultivated the mutated demon and scattered it, the demon would naturally find nearby humans and beasts with flesh and blood to possess them. They would then transform into various flying zombies and bewitching creatures. They could then arrange a formation, cast spells, and supply devil's chi. However, the spell that Yuan Su relied on could never reach the level of River Styx, which absorbed the 10,000-year glacier and transformed it into the frost moth. The 10,000-year glacier was a layer of hard ice formed by the mother of Xianing wind. It was countless times harder than fine iron. Even the talismans of Taoist cultivators could not break it easily. River Styx could transform this kind of mutated material into the body of the demon. It could restrain normal fire, and it was difficult for swords, knives, and spells to damage it. Not to mention that River Styx used the distracting thoughts of the masses to transform them into Yin demons. He used the Dutian soul-severing demonic spell to activate the Dutian soul-severing demonic spell to transform them into mutated demons. They were unpredictable and had a subtle demonic thought. They were the most cunning and difficult to deal with. They had the battle wisdom of the sky demon. When Yuan Su was at his peak, he only cultivated over 100 mutated demons. The quality was even more varied. Some were refined from vengeful spirits, and some were transformed from the flesh and blood of sea beasts and demonic birds. Their intelligence was muddled. Although they were violent and bloodthirsty, their intelligence was worse than that of a normal person. They were not suitable to be used in a battle with Taoist cultivators. Their quality was far worse than River Styx's. That was why Mingi had some contempt and underestimated this spell. This time, Mingi had personally refined it, using the sky demon power as the foundation to reconstruct this spell. With just a little practice, he was aware of the potential of this spell. Compared to the ability of the sky demon to destroy people's cultivation in secret, this kind of cultivated demon head had another advantage when it came to frontal attacks and put people to death in a dignified manner. Just like the cold moth that was flying around River Styx's body that had transformed into thousands of blue-green flames. These mutated demons used the 10,000-year glacier as their shells. Their bodies were harder than fine iron and could not be harmed by ordinary spells. They were even more powerful than the 100-venom golden silkworm of the Green Robe Patriarch. At least, they could not be restrained by ordinary true fire or magic power that could destroy demons. Even if a Taoist cultivator's flying sword was used to destroy them, if it were not for the 7th cultivator of true virtues and Nanming Li Fire's high-grade flying swords, they would not be able to kill one of them. Moreover, these demons' bodies were just shells made of ice. Even if their bodies were broken, as long as the demon's primordial spirit was not destroyed, River Styx could use his magic power to absorb the Xianming true water from heaven and earth to restore himself in a few breaths. The most frightening thing was that, with the help of the 9 Bends Yellow River Formation that Chanong had set up with the Xianming true water, the cold moth was almost indestructible by borrowing the power of the Xianming true water. Without breaking the outer shell of the 10,000-year glacier, one could forget about taking the demon's primordial spirit inside. Even a flying sword as sharp as the green and purple dual swords would not be able to harm the cold moth with the help of the 9 Bends Yellow River Formation that was set up with the Xianming true water. Furthermore, these demons that had transformed into cold moths still had a bloodthirsty nature. When these cold moths smelled the aura of living beings, they would attach themselves to them. They carried a destructive power, and when they attached themselves to someone, there would be an extremely cold aura that could turn a person's bones and flesh into ashes. Moreover, the demons inside had the ability to devour blood essence and burn souls. Even an ordinary Taoist cultivator would not be able to escape the wrath of these 2 cold moths. Tens of thousands of cold moths flickered around River Styx's body. They continuously devoured the cold aura of the glacier around them to strengthen their shell made of glacier. On top of them, the embryonic forms of even more demons were slowly born. They devoured the distracting thoughts in the celestial demon diagram and grew stronger. When they matured, they fell from the celestial demon diagram, rolled on the glacier of the Great Snow Mountain, and turned into a cold moth. This huge group of vicious creatures continued to expand. These cold moths were essentially an extremely cold aura. Tens of thousands of different species formed from the Xianming true water could evolve according to the formation. River Styx used the Nine Bends Yellow River Formation and the Free Transformation Heavenly Demon Formation in the Celestial Demon Diagram to slowly deduce a few variations of the formation. These cold moths gathered together and contributed the cold aura and the primordial spirit of the different species of demons. They combined to form a prehistoric species with 6 heads and 9 bodies, the 10,000-year-old cold moths. This was one of the variations. The jade ring that was intertwined with azure and blue light was another. Putting aside the ferocious might of the 10,000-year-old cold moths, the jade ring River Styx, named the Xianming Two Realms Ring. Not only did it have the ability to break through the void and move freely, it also had an innate cold power. It could release ice soul divine light and divine thunder. Its power was not to be underestimated. River Styx tried out the identity of Yuan Su. Fortunately, this was the only ability that he could be praised for. After practicing for a few days, he was already very proficient. Not only was his foundation perfectly deduced by River Styx, but it was also a level higher. Under the situation where he did not use obvious abilities such as the Blood River Mana and the Sky Mana, River Styx could unleash 60% of his power. It was not a problem for him to fight against the group of old demons in West Kunlun. Furthermore, with the Du Tian soul severing demonic dissolving script, others could only say that Yuan Su had hidden himself very well. When he used such a powerful spell in a battle, he only had a slight taste of it. They would not suspect that River Styx had taken over his identity. In the end, after eliminating the traces in the Tianji, the identity of River Styx was more or less completed. The next step was to cover up the traces of Yuan Su's accident. Yuan Su did not have many close friends. He did not inform anyone when he went to the South Sea to obtain the inheritance of the Sky Demon. In this case, River Styx only needed to have an accident in this Great Snow Mountain again. The Great Snow Mountain at the border of western Sichuan was bitterly cold all year round. The strong wind was fierce, and there was a hidden freezing power. Although it was not as suitable as the North Sea or the North Sea for cultivating the Xianming water, it was still a good place for cultivation. After a few days, River Styx found the main peak of Bayanhar Mountain. The glacier here was thousands of feet thick. It was formed by the combination of the mother of Xianin wind and the 10,000-year-old cold moths. The main glacier was from the ancient cold underworld era. In the ice, there were ancient ferocious beasts, antiques, and even some self-sealed cultivators of the 3 sovereigns. There were all kinds of monsters. It was not strange for anything to break out of the ice. With the suction force of the cold moths, River Styx drilled a hole in one of the glaciers. It went straight to the belly of the glacier. He hid in the hole and quietly operated his mana to reproduce the cold moths transformed by the demon. In just a few days, the hole that River Styx drilled was sealed by the cold moths. The whole glacier became one again, as if it had not changed for thousands of years. In the belly of the glacier, a type of demon gradually reproduced. Every day, thousands of demons would be born from the picture of gods and demons. After obtaining the body of the cold moths, they would attach themselves to the hole in the belly of the glacier and absorb the essence of the cold moths. After a few months, the hole in the belly of the glacier had expanded to the size of a few miles. The thickness of the ice was only half of its original thickness. The cold moths had also reproduced to millions of them. Millions of cold moths suddenly soared up like a boundless sea of stars. Specks of dark blue starlight were dazzling, and their destructive power was unimaginable. These countless cold moths gathered together and suddenly turned into a cold sparrow. As soon as it appeared, It froze the glacier by 30%. The cold sparrow flew into the arms of River Styx, who was meditating on the icicle. Then, it turned into an ice ring made of blue and blue. Suddenly, two cold lights of two colors shone from the depths of the glacier, illuminating the entire sky. The blue and silver lights and the blue and silver lights alternated, and the light shot up to the 9 heavens. This was River Styx's intentional indulgence. It startled countless cultivators in the great snow mountain. Many sword beams and conveyances appeared on the nearby snow-capped mountains. Some paused for a moment and then returned to the snow-capped mountains to hide. Some fled far away, not wanting to get involved in these troubles. However, most of them still headed toward the glacier where River Styx was. There were about a dozen of them scattered around. The glacier that River Styx chose was not far from Small Changbai Mountain and Qingluo Valley. This startled 2 female cultivators who had been meditating for many years. One of them was sitting stiffly in a deep valley under the main peak of Small Changbai Mountain in the Great Snow Mountain. She did not want to get involved in this matter, but she secretly calculated that the place where the strange light appeared should be the birth of a rare treasure. It was fated with the precious treasure that was formed from the essence of 10,000 years of ice and snow in her hands. This person's problem was her stiffened body. Regardless of whether it was a treasure of pure yang or an item of extreme yin, they could all be of help. Originally, she heard from her good friend, Master Yuqing, that as long as she concentrated on her cultivation, there would be someone who would help her in the future. However, this female cultivator was also an unyielding person when she was young. If there was any other way, she would not be willing to rely on the mystic door or anyone else. Chapter 552. The other one was the master of the 8 demons of Western Sichuan, Divine Hand Bhikkhu Wei Fengnyang. She was originally the disciple of Fairy Guangming Nun, but she betrayed her sect and hurt her master. She did evil and gathered a group of devil disciples to set up a residence at Qingluo Mountain. Because she hid a box of tomes of arcane left by Guang Qingzi, she had been practicing magic in the valley recently. She wanted to break the jade box and take out the tomes of arcane. Unexpectedly, a strange light flashed on a snowy peak in the distance. She knew that a rare treasure was born. She secretly calculated and could only figure out that it was a treasure formed by the collection of ancient cold glaciers. Its power was not to be underestimated. She could not hold back and brought 6 of the 8 demons to the peak where the strange light flashed. The 8 demons of Qingluo Valley had many subordinates and were afraid of divine Nun Utten, who was also cultivating in the Great Snow Mountain. So she brought her most capable people and let the 2 barbarian monks, Fanzue, Jain, and Kayan Shabu from the Red Temple to explore the way. She and Wei Fengyang secretly lay in ambush nearby, together with a disciple, a venerable poisonous dragon who died tragically overseas. Yuda, who wanted to become Wei Fengyang's disciple to become the 9th demon. They prepared to steal the treasure and kill. They did not know that there was an ancestor of the world of treasure stealing and killing buried under the ground. They still secretly cast magic to ambush, and at the same time, they were vigilant of divine Nun Utten, who was nowhere to be found. Divine Nun Utten had long predicted that the strange light was not a treasure, but a powerful spell cultivated by the unorthodox, rogue cultivator Yuan Su. He wanted to cultivate an unusual phenomenon when he came out of seclusion. Although she was secretly worried that there would be people from the unorthodox sects who would walk the path of evil, she still watched from afar to see if she could find an opportunity to guide him to the right path. Therefore, the 8 demons' worries were actually just overthinking, and there was no possibility that it would come true. This time, the appearance of Mingi's incarnation shocked many people. However, only maiden goddess Dengbigu discovered that the source of the strange light was under the vast ice field in the ancient cold river. Even though the others could see through this, they could do nothing about this layer of ice. They could only use their true fire treasured weapons to attack and refine it day and night. They did not have Mingi's ability, so they could not break through such a thick layer of ice even after a few years. Only this maiden goddess had used the penetrating needle to break through the top of Yujing Lake of small Changbai Mountain. She went down 73,000 feet and collected 10,000 years of snow and ice. She used her mana to condense it into a snow pearl. It was a rare treasure among unorthodox sects to cultivate incarnation and the second primordial spirit. It was related to her in the future. This maiden primordial Deng did not need to, so primordial spirit, so she could break through. Deng Bagu knew that she was now in a primordial spirit form and could not defend against the evil sect's vicious tricks. Therefore, she did not show any movement on the surface and secretly used the penetrating needle to break through the side of the glacier. Under the disguise of spells, she took a detour and entered the glacier. The tunnel was round like a barrel. The four walls of the ice were clear and smooth. It went straight down without any twisting or turning. It only took a turn at the most crucial point and went straight into the center of the glacier. The tunnel was extremely cold, and the cold air condensed like frost. Even Deng Bagu's primordial spirit was almost frozen. Her primordial spirit used the snow pearl to protect herself. After a while, light suddenly appeared in front of her. She turned around and found herself in a huge cave that looked like a crystal palace. The blue and green light came from the top of an icicle in the middle of the cave. The icicle was only 10 feet wide, and a young cultivator in feather robe and star crown was sitting on it. Deng Bagu looked carefully and saw an ice ring in the man's hand. It seemed to be the magic weapon that caused the strange light. However, she saw that the man had an extraordinary appearance and looked very real. She did not know if he was dead or alive, so she did not dare to act rashly. On top of the glacier, Wei Fingyang was observing with her Dharma eyes. Suddenly, she cried out in shock, "Not good! Someone is one step ahead of us." Next to her, great Devil Huang Liang said in disbelief, "Is it that old nun Yutan?" Wei Fingyang shook her head and said, "This man broke through the ice layer from the side and sneaked into the cave. He must not have a strong magic power. If that old nun Yutan is doing something, why would she be so cautious? So what if she broke through the ice layer? Is she afraid that we will rob her? I think she just has some special tricks." Great Devil Huangliang said, "Master, we have to lie in ambush at the entrance of the cave and wait for that man to come out." Wei Fingyang sneered and said, "You're too petty. I've already guessed who this man is. I heard that the goddess of calamity, Deng Bagu, had a strange treasure, the earth-piercing divine needle, which is the best at opening up the veins of the earth. It was said that she suffered a fire deviation when she was cultivating and her corporeal body died. This time, her primordial spirit must have come here to search for the treasure and try to dissolve her corporeal body." Great Devil Huangliang was pleasantly surprised and said, "If that's the case, there will be many spells that can restrain her, and it won't be difficult to capture her primordial spirit. Even if we can't get that magical treasure, will be a great harvest if we can get her primordial spirit." Wei Fingyang sneered and did not answer, but she had already moved. She asked 5 devils and 6 devils to stay where they were to attract the attention of others, while she brought the great devil, 2nd devil, 3rd devil, and 4th devil to the entrance of the cave that Deng Bagu had broken through. Wei Fingyang's skill was superb, so even though Deng Bagu sensed that someone had broken through the restriction, she did not know who it was. But she also knew that it was not good, so she came before River Styx and bowed, saying, "Senior, Deng Bagu has no intention of disturbing your remains. It's just that my corporeal body has suffered a calamity and is trapped like a zombie. I wish to obtain a treasure to melt my corporeal body. If this treasure is useful, I will definitely help Senior accumulate 50,000 external merits as repayment. If this treasure is useless, I will definitely return it. Congratulations, Deng Bagu." Initially, she suspected that the man in the feather robe and star crown was a living senior who had gone into seclusion. But now that she was right in front of her, she still could not sense River Styx's breath. Only then did she confirm that this was only a shedding body. How could she have imagined that there was an existence like River Styx in this world that was deliberately playing tricks on her? Just as Dangbagu was about to remove the jade bangle from River Styx's hand, she was shocked to see that the jade bangle suddenly turned into a light and transformed into the Dharma form of a 10,000-year-old ice dragon. The shadow of a giant beast with 6 heads, 9 bodies, and 48 feet howled as it rose into the air. It transformed into a dark ice Dharma form in front of her and shattered the black light with brute force. Then it spat out 2 streams of cold air that transformed into the ice soul divine light and attacked Dangbagu from where she came from. "So it's you!" Dangbagu shouted furiously when she saw Wei Fingyang's shadow. Wei Fingyang's attack failed. Even though she was secretly regretful and coveted the spiritual treasure, she still smiled and said, "It's my old friend from the past. Back then, 8th Ant, you broke through the top of Yujing Pool and went down 73,000 feet to obtain the snow soul bead. Because of our many years of friendship, I didn't stop you and entrusted you to take care of my disciples. Why did you let them suffer so much?" Dangbagu said fiercely, "Back then, when I was retrieving the bead, you were already jealous. You used your primordial spirit to destroy the top of the pool and tried to harm me in retrieving the divine bead. Now that you know my corporeal body has gone berserk and I'm no longer your opponent, are you here to kill me and use your spear?" Wei Fingyang smiled and said, "I didn't mean that. I just know that 8th Ant's corporeal body is dead and you have no hope of ascending. So, I'm here to talk to you as a matchmaker. You can enjoy the prosperity of the human world and be a pair of celestial companions. Together with your future Taoist companion, we will study in detail the method to save your corporeal body. In the future, there will be hope for you to achieve Tao. Isn't it better than you sitting rigidly in the small Changbai mountain?" Dangbagu sneered, "Who has such a great honor to you? Who dares to scheme against me?" Wei Fingyang said straightforwardly, "This person has a profound cultivation base and has a bright future ahead of him. He's from the same sect as the venerable poisonous dragon. His name is Jacob, the wild devil of the West. He's a good match for you, 8th Ant. As a matchmaker, I don't want anything else from you. Just give me the snow soul bead. It's better than having your primordial spirit burned by the devil fire 1,000 times. If it wasn't for our friendship, how could I let you off so easily?" Chapter 553. 8th Aunt Deng called herself the goddess of calamity, so her temper was naturally not good. Now that she was being forced by Madame Wei Fingyang, she even had the thought of perishing together with her. In 8th Aunt Deng's eyes, the Western wild devil Jacob was a lowly person. In order to snatch the snow soul pearl from her, he had repeatedly come to make things difficult for her. Last time, she was almost killed by his devil fire, so there was already a deep hatred between them. Madame Wei Fingyang said that the old devil was plotting against her chastity, which made her even angrier. She wanted to fight them to the death, so how could she agree? Even if she had to sacrifice her primordial spirit, she had to use the earth-penetrating God needle to teach her a lesson. She immediately activated the golden light formed by the needle, and a golden needle turned into thousands of tiny specks of light. Madame Wei Fingyang's attention was on 8th Aunt Deng, so when she saw her releasing the needle, she immediately cast out a ball of red miasma. Within the miasma, the golden specks formed a constellation of stars. The golden light of the earth-penetrating God needle shot over, but the miasma was as flexible as a brocade. It wrapped around the sharp golden light, and the thousands of golden specks emitted a great force, firmly absorbing the golden light, so it couldn't hurt her at all. 8th Aunt Deng, I've been waiting for this. We've known each other for decades, so do you think I don't know what tricks you have? This starry rainbow cloud miasma is made by refining the Miaojiang poison mist miasma with my Miaojiang magic. If a person encounters this kind of poisonous miasma and breathes it in, the poison will attack their heart in a few days and their entire body will swell up and die. I've even refined it to the point where it can restrain the magic power of cultivators and pollute their magic treasures. I've painstakingly found a magnetic vein and absorbed a lot of magnetic essence into golden specks. It can also restrain flying needles and refine them into the rainbow cloud miasma. It's the perfect counter to your earth-penetrating God needle. Your needle light is blocked by the miasma and absorbed by the magnetic essence. Let's see what else you can do. You can only struggle. When the 4 devils at the side saw that their master had seized the enemy's magic art, they shouted in unison and released their flying swords to attack. 4 greenish-gray sword lights flew out together and immediately tangled with the snow soul pearl light released by Dangbagu. Dangbagu's primordial spirit was enveloped by a wisp of clear light and emitted a biting cold air, which slightly froze and slowed down the 4 devils' sword lights. However, she still had to divert her attention to defend against Wei Fingyang's attack, so she gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. This scene of noobs pecking at each other made River Styx unable to lift his spirits. His battle of magic was not a scene that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas, or destroy the stars and grab the moon. His opponents were all big shots, such as the living Buddha of the Great Snow Mountain, the cult leader of the Western Devil Cult, one of the 3 great grandmasters of the evil sects, Xianyuan the Great and even the ancient Hanba. Between them, the Great Formation enveloped thousands of miles, easily opening up 2 worlds and blending into the void. Between them, there was also the Great Blood River Formation. The Great Heavenly Demon Formation took in the hearts of the people in the land realm, and it was like a god or a devil. The battle of magic was extremely dangerous, and if one was not careful, they could turn a land of thousands of miles into powder. In the vast central plains, wind, earth, water, and fire would erupt at the same time, and billions of lives would be destroyed. Between Dangbagu and Wei Fingyang, the small matter of their daughters pulling each other's hair and tearing each other's faces was nothing to him. In the past, in the battles and disasters on the battlefield, figures of their level were only fit to be cannon fodder when the God-fiend diagram surged, or when the red lotus hellfire burned. River Styx had killed many people along the way. For example, Elder White Rock had a name, Supreme Tiger Strength and Supreme Ash Bone had a background. Old demons like Yuan Su, who had killed by mistake, were merely mentioned in passing, and most of them did not even have a name. After going through so many storms, River Styx did not even have the interest to lift his eyelids when he saw the battle. He continued to sit with his eyes closed. The 2 mysterious and underworld rings floated in front of him, protecting Dangbagu. The cold air was restrained, and only a protective light flickered faintly, breaking away some of the magic power that spread towards him. On the other side, Dangbagu only had the body of a primordial spirit, and she could not cultivate the infant primordial spirit to the state where it was full of spirit and energy, like a corporeal body like spiritual Master Jilu. She could only hold on for a short while, and her spirit showed signs of dissipating. Her solid body slowly became blurry like a phantom. Even if Dangbagu tried her best to focus, she could not. On the other side, Wei Fingyang's mouth opened slightly, and the decadent voice of the heavenly demon flowed out like a song. Under the harassment of such bewitching magic, her spirit drained even faster. Even though she had the snow soul pearl to dispel the external demons, suppress the distracting thoughts, and condense the primordial spirit with a cold stream, she still could not get rid of the danger of chi deviation. Her primordial spirit was not complete, and she gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. She could only hold on with great effort. Suddenly, a hoarse voice of a man behind Wei Fingyang could be heard shouting, "Senior Marshal Sister Wei, I have been in the valley for a long time, but I have not done anything. Let me take down this female god of calamity." Before Wei Fingyang could speak, the great demon behind her scolded, "Master is about to take her down. It's not your turn to snatch the credit." Wei Fingyang did not listen to the great demon's words of jealousy. Instead, she asked softly, Yuda, do you have the confidence to take her down in one go? If it's just to help, then forget it. I want to take her down in one go, so that she won't destroy the snow soul pearl. This pearl is a treasure that I must get. I can't lose it again. Yuda nodded. I have a gourd of soul-chasing 5 poison red cloud sand that Master left behind. This won't be difficult. Wei Fingyang said decisively, All right then. I'll attack her forcefully for 3/4 of an hour. You strike when the time is right. As soon as she said that, she clasped her hands together, forming dozens of huge thunderballs. They were the dozens of soul-scattering Yin thunder that she had painstakingly refined by gathering the Yin and Yang energy of heaven and earth. She struck them out, and the flickering Yin thunder transformed into a ball of thunder essence, attaching itself to the clear light that was supported by the snow soul pearl. Instantly, wind and thunder erupted, and a thunderclap resounded. Deng Bagu's primordial spirit was forcefully shattered. She cried out in pain, and when she reformed her primordial spirit, it was only a blurry shadow that looked like a ghost. A cultivator's primordial spirit actually had a Yin quality, so it was obvious that it was heavily injured. Just as Deng Bagu reformed her primordial spirit, Yuda seized the opportunity and shot out a handful of red sand, scattering it into the air. Immediately, a large yellow fog and red clouds with the faint sound of thunder and lightning struck towards Deng Bagu's head. Her primordial spirit had yet to recover, so the snow soul pearl could only protect her. She cried out in alarm, and it looked like she was about to die. Unexpectedly, a thin layer of strange light in front of her shot towards the floating ice jade bracelet. Previously, it was protected by the divine light of the snow soul pearl, so it wasn't affected. Now that the soul-scattering red sand was directly hit, it immediately triggered the treasure's counterattack. Immediately, it transformed into countless strange dark blue lights and scattered, and countless cold stars flew out, freezing the poisonous sand completely. From Deng Bagu's perspective, that cold star was a strange insect the size of a thumb. Its body looked as if it was made of black ice, and its abdomen shone with a strange light. The jade bracelet transformed into tens of thousands of strange insect cold stars. Once it was shot out, it was like the light of fireflies blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Its speed was extremely fast. Yuda and the others only saw the strange light in front of them, and their vision was filled with dazzling stars. Suddenly, they felt a bone-chilling cold, and endless starlight gathered towards where they were. In the next moment, they lost consciousness. Only Deng Bagu and Wei Fingyang were quick-witted, and their eyes and hands were sharp. They quickly escaped from the area shrouded by the strange light. They watched as they turned into ice sculptures, and with a slight tremble, their entire bodies turned into ice shards and dissipated. Those strange insects were startled once, and immediately dispersed. They scattered around the cave entrance, and attached themselves to the ice walls like inconspicuous decorations. Chapter 554. When River Styx saw that the mysterious and underworld ring was triggered, it counterattacked and froze the people brought by Wei Fingyang to death. However, River Styx did not take it to heart. Yuda was a dead remnant under the unfortunate, venerable poisonous dragon. Although he did not have the arrogant thought of avenging his master, and there was no need for River Styx to send the master and disciple back together. Since he was not strong enough, he deserved to die. He was not worthy of the elder ancestor to stop him. As for the 2 women who survived, Wei Fingyang was the one who betrayed and injured her master. Although River Styx did not care about worldly etiquette, he did not have a good impression of such a rebellious disciple. Although 8th Aunt Deng came from an evil sect, she and the old nun Yuqing could be said to be clean. They had not done any evil deeds and had good aptitudes. Apart from being a little eccentric, they were not immature. If Chen Ang's true self was here, he would not be stingy to teach them a lesson. Unfortunately, it was River Styx who was here. A normal person would not be able to accept the old monster's benefits and enlightenment. Seeing that the two female cultivators were looking at him with shock and doubt in their eyes, River Styx knew that the two of them had discovered him. He opened his eyes and circulated his transcendence energy. The cold moth on the ice wall instantly fell back like shooting stars and turned into a strange green light. They merged and turned back into the ring of ice jade and returned to River Styx's hand. River Styx saw the two women's shocked and frightened gazes. He shook his head and smiled. "I say, you two little dolls are really interesting. I, the elder ancestor, am alive and well here, but one of you insists on treating me as a senior's remains. The other simply ignores me and wants to kill people under my mysterious and underworld ring. Just now, those few kids accidentally touched the magic treasures. They might as well die for me. People who are as weak as insects should not come out and look for trouble. I'm worried that I'll shock you to death when I sneeze." As River Styx spoke, he shook his body slightly. The thin layer of ice on the surface of his body shattered, and a frightening cold air seeped out from the ice. Even though 8th Aunt Dang and Wei Fingyang were not close, they could still sense the desolate aura of the underworld, which seemed to exterminate all living things. It was like the primordial cold underworld era. When it was absorbed, it was an extremely frightening cold air that froze the three realms. It could easily turn 10,000 miles into the North Pole and return to the desolate ice age of the underworld. Only then did the two of them realize that this person's preposterous words, "I'm afraid of killing myself with a sneeze," were actually not lies. Both of them were first-rate figures in the unorthodox sects. Although people like River Styx could look down on them, they were still outstanding cultivators in this world. 8th Aunt Deng could penetrate the Earth's crust, collect the essence of ice and snow for 10,000 years, and refine the Snow Soul Pearl, a treasure that could cultivate the second primordial spirit. Wei Fingyang could gather the 8 devils, a group of demons and devil disciples, and occupy a blessed land like Mount Qingluo, which even made the strange man Hua Linghan envious. She could even seize the jade box of the tomes of arcane from Guangchengzi and build such a huge foundation. How could she be someone ordinary? These 2 female cultivators were first-rate figures among them. They could already tell that the history of this layer of ice was not much shorter than that of the glacier. They did not expect that there was a real object like the true water of Xianming in the world. They thought that this senior was a figure from before Yu the Great conquered the flood, at the same time as Emperor Xianyuan, and could even be traced back to the ancient cultivators of Gong Gong, Zhurong, and Nine Heads. Of course, this was not a big deal. When the ancient zombies Wu Hua father and son were born, they were also fiercely defeated by the leader of the Amei sect. However, this was the ability of Amei. Unorthodox cultivators like 8th Aunt Dang and Wei Fingyang did not have this kind of magnanimity. They were just secretly frightened. For a moment, they were frightened by this scary guess and dared not to act rashly. Wei Fingyang even secretly transmitted her voice to 8th Aunt Deng's ear. "Fellow Taoist Deng, I did wrong earlier. I was blinded for a moment. That's why I said such nonsense." Those rebellious disciples did not know the immensity of heaven and earth and had already suffered a disaster. The background of this person in front of us is not trivial. If we continue to be hostile to each other, I'm afraid the end will not be good. Why don't you let me off this time? When this matter is over, I'll apologize to fellow Taoist. 8th Aunt Deng was even more afraid when she received the voice. Wei Fingyang was flexible. When she could not even protect herself, she could decisively join forces with the enemy. With such magnanimity and decisiveness, it was no wonder that she could build such a huge foundation. 8th Aunt Deng believed that when the two of them joined forces and survived this disaster, she would not hesitate to attack her again. However, 8th Aunt Deng was not a person who was hesitant and could not let go. She immediately replied, "Forget about apologizing. The previous karma cannot be ignored. I can only promise you that I won't make things difficult for you this time. If necessary, I'll definitely join forces with you to fight against this person." Once the two of them had reached an agreement, the hostile atmosphere between them became slightly less tense. It was only then that River Styx spoke. "Are you done talking? If you're done, then put down the treasures. I'm not an unreasonable person. Why would I make things difficult for you just because you've pierced through the ice aperture? One of you died from chi deviation, the other has a mixed foundation. You're both good-for-nothings with no future. Although your looks are not bad, you're already in the prime of your life. Even if the elder ancestor refines souls from others and finds a human cauldron for dual cultivation, he won't be interested in you." River Styx sneered and calculated with his fingers. Only the heavenly book jade box in the little girl's hand is slightly interesting. Unfortunately, the elder ancestor of the 9 heavenly scriptures has learned it before, so there's no need to kill and snatch it for this matter. Of course, if you have the Tao Te Ching incantation that I personally passed down, or the basic orthodoxy of the Emperor of the Upper Realm, then it's a different story. Hee hee. One of the biggest secrets in Wei Fingyang's heart was suddenly exposed by River Styx. She was so nervous that the mana in her body moved strangely, although it was not a secret that she had obtained the heavenly book jade box. Only a few people in this realm knew about it. It was a very secretive secret, although she knew that the mighty people would not be interested in the heavenly book jade box. She also knew that treasuring a jade box would cause trouble, so she was still terrified. That was why she never brought the jade box with her. It was only because when the mighty people had designs on the jade box, they did not need to plot against her. They could just leave the Green Conch Valley on their own. However, she also let the 8 demons guard the Green Conch Valley to prevent it from being stolen by some thieves. This kind of arrangement that could prevent villains, but not mighty people, the scheme behind it was self-evident. Unfortunately, she still met Lady Miao-Yi and personally sent her to face the tribulation. Although River Styx's words were not pleasant to hear, the two of them still enjoyed it and let down their guard. Although they were still vigilant, they dared to go forward and talk to her. Wei Fingyang was bolder after all. She smiled gently and said, "I don't mean to disturb your rest, Senior. I wonder if you want to continue your isolated cultivation or come out for a walk. I'm not talented, but there's a blessed land nearby. May I invite you to stay there for a few days and see the changes in the human world? It'll be convenient for you to travel." Chapter 555. Before 8th Aunt Deng could think of a way to stop them, they heard the sound of wind and thunder coming from above the ice layer. Someone on the ice layer must have discovered the secret of the ice aperture and was releasing divine thunder to attack the prohibition, with the intention of exploding the glacier to obtain the treasure. When River Styx heard this sound, he laughed and said, "This place is not safe now. If they see us here, they will definitely be troubled. Based on the Patriarch's original intention, he should have fulfilled my fate with them and given them a bloody calamity," River Styx thought to himself. "The heavens sent me to this world, not to bring peace to the world, but to bring war to the earth. However, it's been a while since I've played this game, and my murderous nature has gradually disappeared. Why don't I change my stance and give them a fundamental, great technique to become Buddha and immortal, so that they can ascend to my God-fiend diagram and enjoy boundless bliss?" With that thought in mind, River Styx secretly left behind a bit of the heavenly demon's thoughts in the celestial demon diagram. It turned into a box of heavenly tomes and left behind the heavenly tomes that would allow him to cultivate into the heavenly demon's dark demon. He hid it in the ice pillar and waited for River Styx to leave. It would replace the mysterious underworld ring and release a strange blue and green light. He had to attract the attention of the cultivators who came to look for treasures, so that the heavenly demon could enlighten them in the future. Meanwhile, River Styx agreed to Wei Feng's mother's invitation and brought Deng Bigu to Qingluo Valley. Initially, 8th Aunt Deng did not want to fall into Wei Fingyang's devilish trap. However, River Styx casually flicked out a streak of sky demon's psyche power and transformed it into pure yang. It fixed Deng Bigu's primordial spirit, that had gone rigid due to chi of fire deviation, causing her to separate from her physical body for a long time before her cultivation reached a certain level. Moreover, she was severely injured by Wei Fingyang's demonic voice. Not only did her chi of fire deviation not worsen, but it also improved greatly because of this bit of pure yang chi. Under the sudden inspiration, Eighth Aunt Deng's spiritual sense sensed that not only was there no danger on this trip, but there was also a chance of escape. It was related to the overall situation of escaping from the disaster in the future. At this time, it was no longer up to Eighth Aunt Deng to think. In order to escape from the disaster, she had to try even if it was a tiger's den or a dragon's den. Wei Fengyang brought the rest of the 5 demons, 6 demons, and the others along with Mingi towards the Green Conch Valley that was hundreds of miles away. This Green Conch Valley was located at the border of the Great Snow Mountain in the western Sichuan Plateau. Although it was adjacent to the Great Snow Mountain, there was not a trace of ice and snow left behind. Instead, the vegetation was flourishing, and it was a scene of a blessed land. Wei Fengyang's sword beam pierced through the sky and covered the distance of a few hundred miles in a blink of an eye. She intentionally used the fastest conveyance light to leave the rest of the devil disciples far behind. She had the intention to test them, hoping to see through Mingi's background. Unexpectedly, Deng Bigu transformed her primordial spirit into light and followed behind. She revealed a trace of the breath of the Snow Soul Pearl, but Mingi appeared behind her. Way of Forth, River of, and of Aunt Deng of, to of Sty off of Wei Fingyang still had some eyesight and could see some things. She thought to herself, this person's supernatural power is extremely terrifying. When he first appeared, I definitely did not sense any fluctuation of magic power. He can take my life with just a raise of his hand. I'm afraid that when I escaped a few hundred miles away, he was still waiting at the spot of the flying of snow, waiting for me to stop before he teleported over. Such ability, only the mind light shifting technique and divine light shifting technique, the highest shifting technique of Taoism and Buddhism, have a 20% chance. If the few old monsters with the highest cultivation base of Buddhism in the human world were to take action, they should be able to reach this level. With a thought, the shifting technique is like light. However, the feeling this person gave me was that the heart's light shift was not because of his profound psyche power, which was transformed into light to escape. Instead, it came from my thoughts. It was as if when I thought of this person, that thought had guided this person's real body over. This terrifying conjecture caused Wei Fengyang to shudder with fear. If that was really the case, as long as she thought of this person, he would be able to come with a thought. Those who were this person's enemies, if they thought of him, wouldn't they be killed by him? If such supernatural power was extended, even thousands of incarnations would be nothing. Who would be able to fight against him? Wei Fingyang was frightened by her own guess. She dared not have any other thoughts. She already knew that a person like River Styx was not someone that she could control or even influence. Half of her intention to sow discord was immediately dispelled. This kind of person is definitely not someone that I can use. After understanding this, she was much more well-behaved when she came to receive River Styx. When the few people behind arrived, Wei Fingyang stomped her feet. A red cloud lifted the 4 of them into the air and sent them into the demon palace of Green Conch Valley. She then ordered the 7 demons and 8 demons to stay behind to arrange a banquet. She invited River Styx to take the seat of honor. A cloud bed in the hall carried the 3 of them. 8th Aunt Deng and Wei Fingyang stood on both sides of River Styx. River Styx saw that 8th Aunt Deng was absent-minded and seemed to have realized something. He understood, but still asked, "You don't look well. Is it because of the old problem of your mortal body going stiff?" 8th Aunt Deng smiled bitterly. "Since Senior knows, I can't hide it from you. It's because of this. In the past, I was rash in my cultivation and triggered the een fire in my heart. It burned my mortal body to death. All these years, I relied on the power of the snow soul pearl to eliminate it. I don't know how long I have to endure this hell-like life. Please advise me, Senior. River Styx closed his eyes and calculated silently. Didn't your good friend Master Yu Qing calculate that we still need the help of the two clouds to overcome this disaster? Eighth Aunt Deng did not expect River Styx to know such a secret. She did not dare to hide it and answered, "Even so, it is only the words of Yu Qing. I know that since she entered the orthodox path, her mana has become more profound and her calculation is more accurate than mine. However, I had a spiritual response just now and knew that there might be a chance to turn this disaster around. It should be on Senior. Compared to others, I naturally believe in myself more." After a moment of silence, River Styx said, "I do have a way." But your good friend Yu Qing didn't lie to you. 20 years later, the two women of the two clouds will come to save you. The good karma will bear fruit, and it will be your opportunity to enter the orthodox path. Your future will be brighter. If you beg me to help you, there will be twists and turns in this good karma. The old ancestors' karma is huge. You have to think about it carefully. Tell me when you have made up your mind. After that, he ignored Eighth Aunt Deng and turned away Fingyang. You also want me to open Guang Chengzi's Heavenly Book Jade Box, right? Wei Fingyang did not dare to hide it. She bowed and said, "Senior, please forgive me, but Fingyang has this intention." River Styx only sneered. "Do you know that Guangqing Heavenly Book is not fated with you? The karma has been predetermined. Guangqing Great Sage is such a character. He left the Heavenly Book Jade Box to repay the 50 million external merits that he owed the heaven and earth when he ascended 4,000 years ago. What are you? You have no merit in the heaven and earth. If the Heavenly Book is left to you, is it committing a sin or repaying the merit?" Chapter 556. River Styx's words made Wei Fingyang perspire profusely. She wanted to retort subconsciously, but when she saw River Styx's smiling face, she sobered up a little. She knew that the person sitting in front of her was a killer, so she dared not act rashly in front of him. However, she did not believe River Styx's words. On the contrary, Eighth Aunt Deng, who was listening at the side, believed it without a doubt. She understood what her good friend Master Yu Qing said earlier. After Mingi finished speaking, he did not look at Wei Fingyang again. He turned to Deng Bigu and said, "What you are asking for is not difficult. It is just that you cannot owe the old ancestor a favor. It would not be good to bear karma. I'll point you in the right direction. Wherever there's a fated chance, there's bound to be death." River Styx stretched out his hand and waved. The sky demon's telekinesis passed through the void and followed a breath in the unseen world. He found the place where Wei Fingyang hid the Heavenly Book's jade box. With the subtle telekinesis, he ignored the many prohibitions set by Wei Fingyang and took the jade box in his hand. When Wei Fingyang saw the Guangqing jade box that she had carefully kept and treated like her life appear in River Styx's hand, her eyeballs almost popped out. She disregarded her identity and stood up from the cloud bed. She was dumbfounded and had a speechless expression. She seemed to want to take out the jade box to take a look, but she was hindered by River Styx's demonic power and forced herself to hold back. It was no wonder that Wei Fingyang was so shocked. In reality, there was no one in this realm who could take an item through the realm. It looked like a small skill, like the 5 ghosts transporting, but in reality, it had bypassed countless vicious prohibitions set by Wei Fingyang. Moreover, it had to completely suppress the prohibitions set by Guangqing Zi to seal the jade box. Wei Fingyang was just a third-rate person. What kind of supernatural power was Guangqing Great Sage? Not to mention a cultivator who had yet to ascend. How many arhats, bodhisattvas, golden immortals, and divine immortals in the upper realm could bypass his prohibitions? River Styx's sky demon's telekinesis seemed to have taken the item and moved it over, but in reality it was a supreme application of the Buddha's demon's telekinesis. As the saying goes, turning the false into reality, creating a world with your thoughts, the path of psyche power was very different from the fundamental chi of the mystic door. In the past, when Gautama Buddha held a Dharma conference on Spirited Mountain and smiled while holding a flower, the other Buddhas did not understand what he meant. Only Maha Kassayapa understood what he meant. That was how the branch of Zen Buddhism, which was taught outside the sect, came into being. The Buddha and the devil were one. The principle behind this could be explained by the saying, "When the flower blooms, I see the person and the person sees me." The sixth patriarch altar scripture said, "It is not the banner that moves, nor the wind that moves, but the heart that moves." It was to view everything in the world as the fluctuations of one's thoughts. What one could see in the world was real, and what one could not see was an illusion. Everything in the world, love and hate, matter and appearance, were just thoughts in one's heart. River Styx's ability to turn reality into nothingness, and then turn nothingness into reality, would be the most profound dharma in Buddhism. The wheel of time, void and reality, bodhisattva of the two realms of time. Form is not different from emptiness, and emptiness is not different from form. Form is emptiness, and emptiness is form. Perception, thought, action, and knowledge are also the same, the supreme dharma. Even in the sky demon mystic technique, it was known as the terrifying supernatural power of the free sky demon desire worldview. The principle behind it was simple. The Dharma of Buddhism was to create something out of nothing, and it was infinitely wonderful. It was often belittled by the heretics as an illusion, but it was not. Everything in the world was formed by the great Tao. Where the Tao was, everything existed. The Buddha could use the Buddha's light in his heart to guide the Buddha's Dharmakaya. He could control his thoughts, and he could move wherever he wanted. He could form a Buddhist land with his palm and a world with sand. The various supernatural powers of Buddhism in the world, such as the heart's light, the Buddha's light, the Buddhist land in the palm, and the eternal sands world, were all based on this principle. Everything in the world was a thought, and what people knew was only the appearance. All the Buddha's light, Dharma, and various supernatural powers were nothing more than creating something out of nothing. The eternal sands world was the appearance. So how could the Buddhist land not be the appearance? The appearance of the sand turning into the appearance of the Buddhist land was just a thought. The various prohibitions of Wei Fingyang and the great sage Guangqingzi were all because of the mystic door's worldview of Qi creating all things. After River Styx changed the Guangqing jade boxes, lust with his psyche power, the jade box no longer existed. It was like a tree without roots or water without a source. Without something to rely on, how could it exist? When River Styx kept the non-jade box in her bosom and rediscovered the appearance of the jade box, the Guangqing jade box then appeared again. When Wei Fingyang saw this, she suspected that River Styx had found an identical jade box to deceive her. If the real Buddha and Bodhisattva were here, she would probably be scared out of her wits. She would worship the free sky demon king as a Buddha, and worship Bo Sun as the demon ancestor. This was no longer the Dharma of Buddha's light creating the world with a thought, but the original form of Bo Sun, the legend of Brahma creating the world with a dream. The deity level of River Styx, Chinong, and even Adam who descended into Chinong in this world might not have such an ability. The deity level's worldview was still based on materialism. He was not as good as a demon like River Styx, who cultivated the psyche power. He could make use of his inner multidimensional observer to transcend the essence of the universe. At this moment, some of the supernatural powers that River Styx could achieve were not attainable by the deity level. River Styx touched the jade box with her right hand and opened it. In an instant, a bright light that looked like a lamp flew out from the jade box. It was dazzling and swirling. It paused slightly in front of River Styx and was about to leave. River Styx quickly said, "Wait, great sage Guangqing." The golden light paused and stopped. Smiling, Mingi sent the connection in the essence of his primordial spirit out through an inexplicable existence in the unseen world. The 9 golden flowers fell down with a gust of purple chi and returned to the box. Wei Fingyang was so scared that she almost knelt on the ground when she heard River Styx call him the great sage Guangqing. Fortunately, it's not like I don't have someone backing me up. I think on account of cult Master Qin, the various emperors of the higher realm won't be too serious with me. Even if they really come, I'm not afraid. If I provoke Tianqi, or even that first existence, I won't be the one to suffer. River Styx's heart was filled with malice as she said, Long Brow Jinren has already reached an agreement with me. With the invasion of the Master God as a link, we'll work together to plot against the Master God. As long as we don't go against the general trend of this realm, we're still allies. River Styx raised her head and looked at the 2 women who could barely sit still on the cloud bed. She closed the jade box gently and said, The cause and effect is simple. 8th Aunt Dang, your physical body is stiff and your primordial embryo is damaged. The only thing that can save you is the soul-gathering and form-refining pill left by great sage Guangqing in this jade box. The others are either extremely rare or you can't afford it. Only with this soul-gathering and form-refining pill, as long as you suffer from the devil's fire again, you'll have some fate. That's why I said that your trouble should be solved by these 2 clouds. However, since you've come to beg me today, I'll give you another way out. She then turned her head and said to Wei Fingyang, The Guangqing jade box that you've asked for is like trying to catch the moon in the water. With great sage Guangqing's attention in the upper bound, even if your mana is 100 times stronger, it'll only be a wedding dress for others. However, because you've met me, I'll give you a chance of survival. After saying that, she wiped the jade box with her right hand and it turned into a piece of stone. She handed it to Wei Fingyang and said, I've personally set up this prohibition. I've used my supreme psyche power to change the appearance of this box from jade to stone. Guangqing's heavenly book, magic weapon, and panacea are all in this jade box. Therefore, even if you use your supreme fire to melt this stone, it'll only be a piece of stone. Only my Tao of Talisman can turn this box back into a piece of jade. This talisman was transformed by a thought. River Styx attached a thought to the jade box to change its nature and redefine the concept of this item. Apart from him, even Long Brow Immortal would not be able to solve this prohibition. River Styx handed the talisman to 8th Aunt Dang and said, Now both of you hold the key to this box. Guangqing's relic can only be born when the talisman and the stone box are united. Then, you'll be the other's disaster. If 8th Aunt Dang asks Wei Fingyang to face the disaster, you'll be considered to have passed the disaster of fire deviation and the disaster of being possessed by the devil. You'll no longer be distracted by the devil's fire and the trouble of rescuing Amei. You can save yourself without the 2 clouds. As for you, Wei Fingyang, if you get the jade talisman other than 8th Aunt Dang, although there'll be other disasters, you'll have a chance to escape. Other disasters have their own cause and effect, so I won't bother about it. Just as 8th Aunt Dang picked up the talisman in her hand, she saw the talisman unfold and burrow into her chest. Then, a gust of warm air hit her and actually regenerated most of the Yin fire, making her primordial spirit feel relaxed. River Styx then added with a smile, To be fair, the talisman I gave you can help you suppress the Yin fire devil for 16 hours a day. With the help of pure yang, your corporeal body can move freely for the time being. This magic power is not inferior to Wei Fingyang's. He stood up slowly and said with a smile, Now that I've helped both of you to pass the disasters, as for whether you'll work together to open the jade box and take what you need, or fight each other for what's in the other's hands, it's not my concern anymore. With a wave of his big sleeve, he took 8th Aunt Dang and turned into a light to escape. Halfway through, he flung his big sleeve and threw 8th Aunt Dang on the small Changbai mountain. He then left while singing. Chapter 5:57. After leaving Green Snail Valley, he did not go far. He found a place to hide from the wind and sat down. He turned the celestial demon painting into a canopy and put it above his head. Then he started to calculate. Using the demon consciousness on Dorgan, he projected his primordial spirit to Liaodong, which was hundreds of thousands of miles away. At this time, Dorgan suddenly woke up from his trance. He felt inexplicably anxious and could not breathe. Or when he opened the door, he saw dozens of tall barbarians standing outside the tent. It was a big camp, but it was silent. Occasionally, there would be one or two children crying, but they were quickly covered by their parents. It was supposed to be a bustling camp, but now it was like a dead land. The Yin-Chi was rolling, revealing an indescribable mystery. Dorgan was a demon corpse, so he was used to it. Instead, he felt comfortable. Chi quickly took a few steps forward, using the demonic corpse's demonic chi to command the nearby corpse soldiers to form an array. The moment he returned from Zhangjiagou, he had already refined all of the slave establishment disciples to death. Then he had slaughtered thousands of old and young as blood sacrifices to the Yin corpses, refining the thousands of soldiers under his command into demonic corpses. There were tens of thousands of people in the plain white flag and dozens of soldiers. After Dorgan turned into a demon corpse, he became violent and bloodthirsty. He no longer saw himself as a human being. He was closer to the demon corpses and the Yin corpses. His subordinates of the Nuzan tribe were all killed by him. There were dozens of stone mills in the camp. They were all huge green stones that Dorgan and his army of corpses had dug out from the deep mountains. Just the mouth of the mill was the size of a person. It was stained with blood, and there were dark brown traces that were not cleaned. D'Inbu, is today's blood food ready? Dorgan casually asked a tall demon corpse next to him. Huang Taiji has been afraid of us for a long time. Nurachi gave me dozens of records, but he took away many of them. Those Nuzan tribe betrayed me when they saw that I was losing my power. Damn it. Today, I will eat them to accompany the wine. The tall Yin corpse lowered its head in silence. When Dorgan was refining the Yin corpses because of the spell Mingi had taught him, he had to torture the materials to make the Yin corpses cruelly so that they could keep their intelligence. As Mingi had expected, Dorgan was even more cruel than the spell Mingi had taught him. Diainbu was a trusted subordinate of Dorgan, but he was roasted alive by Dorgan. Even after being turned into a demon corpse for a long time, he still did not recover his vocal cords. These demonic corpses still retained their intelligence. Although they still had their memories, they no longer had any humanity. Not only that, but the strong resentment they felt when they were tortured by Dorgan had invaded their souls. Although their souls were strengthened, making them more suitable for refining demonic corpses, they were extremely bloodthirsty and cruel after becoming demonic corpses. Upon receiving Dorgan's order, they immediately pulled out the female soldiers of the plain yellow banner from the wooden cage. Seeing these black and blue monsters reaching out their hands and pulling people out of the cage, the slaves in the cage screamed. One of them, Ijin, shouted desperately, "Dorgan, you monster! You murdered the Khan! You deserve to die!" Dorgan heard the man's shout and stopped. He came to him and looked at his face carefully. "I know you, Shur-Urtai. You are Huang Taiji's loyal dog. This time, you covered him when he retreated from the battlefield. As my subordinate, Yi Zhan was the first to join Huang Taiji after Nurhasai died. When I led my men into the yellow platform and the military tent, you tried to stop me. I didn't expect you to still be alive. I admire a good man like you. How about this? I'll give you a chance to be my man." Then he waved his hand and said, "Take him down, wash him with an iron comb for 3 days, then bury him in the golden dragon vein. When he wakes up, give him his family as blood food. He has 3 sons. After sucking up the blood of the same origin as him, he will become a powerful demon. Demon, you will be punished by God. Shur-ur-tai shouted crazily. He used all the insulting words he could find in the barbarian language. Our Dorgan was not angry, but calmly said, Shur-ur-tai, you hate me now, but when you wake up again, you will still be my good dog and loyal to me. You will be a really good subordinate. You will be absolutely loyal to me and follow my orders. You will not be like now, barbaric, stupid, and have the despicable habits of many people. In the tribe, I have had enough of betrayal, intrigue, and all kinds of selfish and stupid ideas. Only the zombie soldiers will always be loyal and true. They will follow my orders and rule the tribe for me. I will never worry about them betraying or disobeying me. This is how a subordinate should be, and how the whole tribe should be. After saying so much, Dorgan seemed to be a little tired. He waved his hand, and the zombie soldiers dragged the rest of the female and put their feet into the mouth of the stone mill. Then, as the female screamed and cried crazily, the zombie soldiers slowly moved the stone mill. In an instant, the sound of crying was 10 times louder. Dorgan showed a bloodthirsty smile and enjoyed watching them struggle and curse. The thick blood slowly oozed out from the grindstone and flowed into a stone bowl. Soon the bowl was filled to the brim. Immediately, a zombie soldier served the bowl to Dorgan. Dorgan enjoyed the blood while refining his evil zombie aura. After 3 bowls of blood, Dorgan waved his hand. The thousands of demon corpses in the camp all received their share of the blood according to their status. Our River Styx, who was far away in the snow mountain, confirmed that most of the Nuzan tribes in Liaodong had been taken over by Dorgan and turned into a living hell. Huang Taiji had been tortured by Dorgan for 3 days, and he wanted to turn it into the most evil zombie of all, the cruel zombie king. He buried it in the dragon vein of the back, gene ancestral dragon vein to nourish its zombie energy. Our River Styx casually destroyed the demon zombie king's control over it, and even injected some evil thoughts into its consciousness. Seeing the cruel zombie king tremble, and its speed of absorbing Yin Qi increased several times, River Styx sighed. Dorgan's childish racism needs to be corrected. We must let him know that not only humans can betray, corpses can too. In this world, only those who are truly dead will never betray us. Chapter 558. B. P for desolators. O equals N. Bo. Smo. DQ. T. $7. Sitting in the immortal mansion, the Nanming Li fire blazed in the cauldron in front of him. Several shadows of magic weapons gradually took shape in the cauldron. He had been refining this cauldron of magic weapons for several months. He had refined the essence of his nascent embryo 36 times. This was the last refinement. The few magic weapons that had appeared before were just leftovers. Chun Ong had refined them without much trouble. Only the few magic weapons in the cauldron could be considered as the treasures of the mystic door. Ever since my primordial spirit was split into 2, the major matters in this world were all handled by River Styx. Of course, it was because it was not easy to manage with my identity, and this world was too valuable. It was not worth losing too much for the sake of the Lord God. It was also to protect the deity and to let River Styx bear the consequences. But after all, some of the consequences were related to the deity, and River Styx could not bear the burden. If I plan well, River Styx will be dismembered in the blink of an eye and enter the world controlled by the Lord God. I will have to take over the affairs of this Middle-earth. If that is the case, it is better to prepare early. Chen Ong watched as the fire in front of him gradually subsided. After 9 days of refinement, the magic weapons in the cauldron were gradually perfected. A shiny golden ring jumped out of the fire. It was entangled with a red caltrop and fell in front of Chen Ong. The strange light gradually faded away, leaving only 2 inconspicuous objects on the brocade handkerchief. Heaven and earth ring. Red armillary sash. Chen Ong sighed. At the end of the day, I still have to learn from Tai Jinren. Araichi casually cast a spell to seal the fire in the cauldron. He waited for the rest of the magic weapons in the cauldron to finish nourishing. He went straight out of the cauldron and went to the main hall. At this time, the immortal mansion of the South Sea was complete. The 9 floors of the palace were majestic and magnificent. There were exotic flowers and herbs everywhere. There were rare elixirs in the Middle Earth overseas. It could be said that the Purple Cloud Palace was the essence of the South Sea for thousands of years. The cold spring in the eye of the sea had been moved to the courtyard behind the main hall and turned into a cold pond. Beside the pond were dozens of spiritual herbs that were fond of een and cold. In the pond, there were also 3-star beauties transformed by Chinong. After the opening of the mansion, Chinong used the true fire of the sun and Nanming leaf fire to transform the jellyfishes Xianyin in their inner elixir, combining yin and yang. Now, these different species, like the golden whiskered slaves, had transformed into human beings and were serving as maids in the palace. Usually he would cultivate in the pool, but his original body had turned into a strange type of frost serpent, swimming freely in the pool. The South Sea immortal abode was not like the Moon Island immortal abode. It was a place that Chanong had created for himself. With the 9 Tunes Yellow River Array as its base, not even golden immortals would dare to offend it. Most of the treasures that Chanong had plundered from this world were stored here, not to mention the numerous restrictive spells and countless magical treasures and arrays. The Pearl Palace was built with beautiful jade, and the curtains were woven with shark caltrops. The Eye of the Sea was tens of thousands of miles wide. It had become a refuge for the nearby sea tribes and people. In the past, the battle between Chinong and River Styx on the barren reef in the Eye of the Sea raised dozens of islands and reefs from the seabed, surrounding the southeast of the Eye of the Sea. There were thousands of ordinary kilometers of land. Now, many people from the mainland had migrated to this place and established a country here. After Chanong left the palace, he cast a series of spells and raised several signs. A waterproof arch fell in front of the main hall, sealing off most of the pavilions in the main hall. 360 stone lamps lit up, surrounding the 9 floors of the palace. The elixirs, elixir rooms, treasure vaults, cultivation pavilions, and ancient books were all hidden in the secret space opened by the 9 Tunes Yellow River Array. Except for the places where a few disciples often came in and out, the other places were instantly hidden. Chun-Ong was naturally not afraid of people sneaking in. Now that he was going out, he opened the restrictive spells of the immortal abode. The complete 9 levels palace was instantly divided into countless independent spaces by the 9 Tunes Yellow River Array. Arlingsha was alarmed by the movement and quickly came out to see. When she saw Chinong, she quickly bowed down and said, "Greetings, master!" Chinong saw that she was diligent in her cultivation, so he gave her a few words of advice. Then he said, "I have recently calculated that our sect's great enemy, the ancestor River Styx, has many arrangements in the mainland. If he succeeds, there will be a lot of unrest overseas. I have been invited by the leader of the mainland, a May sect, to go to the mainland and destroy that old devil's plan. Moreover, I have 3 disciples in the mainland and many good friends. I am afraid that River Styx will bully them. I can't let him harm them. You will guard the door in the mansion and don't interact with evil people. Cultivate in peace. If there is something important, you can go to the main hall and ask for my help. Your master will know." When he finished, a ray of golden light flew out of his sleeve and released the golden boat of fate. It carried the red python in his sleeve and the round light behind his head and went straight to the mainland. The golden boat of fate had been carefully refined by Chinong, and now it had extraordinary restrictions that corresponded to the stars. Under the conveyance light, it could travel hundreds of thousands of miles in the mainland in an instant. Chinong did not go anywhere else. He first stopped at his old residence, Chisha Mountain, and went to the Taoist temple on the mountain. For many years, there were only traces of people. The steps of the Taoist temple were covered with moss, and a mottled red wooden door was closed. Ronly, the 2 old plum trees in front of the door were now green and full of leaves. Chun-Ong gently pushed open the wooden door and released the restriction on the door. The situation inside was the same as before. The lamp in the main hall was still bright. He gently touched it with his right hand, and the Samadhi, purifying devil's true fire, turned into sparks of fire and went straight to the lamp. Suddenly the light was bright. At this time, it was exactly 3 years since Chun-Ong left Qixia Mountain. Standing in the courtyard, Chun-Ong glanced at the deserted and dilapidated Qixia Mountain. Suddenly, the 2 magic weapons in his sleeves flashed. Chun-Ong was not surprised. He took them out and threw them up. They turned into a strange light and escaped to the back of the mountain. In the falling cloud cave of Qixia Mountain, the female cultivator Meng Xiachang was shocked to see a colorful cloud mushroom shining brightly outside the cave. On top of the cloud mushroom, there was a big jade egg jumping nonstop. Her beloved crane hurriedly landed on top of the cloud mushroom and used its wings to comfort the jade egg, but it could not hold it down. Arhia, what happened to Hisheng? Meng Xiachang hurried to the cloud and asked with a frown. The origin of this Yunji was very strange. It was grown in front of the cave of falling clouds from a cauldron of rare pills. It had a deep affinity with Hisheng. Meng Xiachang had long discovered that Hisheng could only sleep soundly on this Yunji. Hisheng was still a jade egg, but he was already very naughty. He was usually naughty and did not even get in the way when he was still an egg. However, he had never made such a big move like today. Before she could see clearly, she saw a golden light wrapped in a red light shoot into the jade egg from outside the cave. Before she could see clearly, it turned into a shadow and disappeared into the jade egg. Then she heard a cracking sound. Meng Xiachang's beloved crane jumped in shock. It thought that the jade egg was broken by something. Unexpectedly, a crack appeared on Hisheng's crystal-clear jade egg shell, but it seemed to be opening from the inside out. Then, a small hand holding a shiny golden steel ring smashed through the jade egg and rushed out. Chapter 559. When Meng Xiaoshang saw the child who looked like he was carved out of jade standing there, she was extremely fond of him, not to mention that the man and the crane in the cave of falling clouds looked at him as if he was an eyeball. Even Jingming would come back to visit this little disciple from time to time when he was traveling around the Middle Earth. Even when Chun-Ong had left the Sea King for 3 years, he still remembered to come back to visit this little fellow that he had refined with a single furnace of pills. It could be said that he was doted on by many. Once Pu was born, Chun-Ong had already arranged treasures for him. Only 2 or 3 sects in the Middle Earth, Dao sects, had the confidence to be so extravagant. If Chun-Ong did not occupy the orthodox position overseas, he would not have been able to reward the younger generation with treasures. This kind of behavior had always been done by the tycoons of the Mei sect. A second-generation disciple could casually give out a rare treasure of the heavenly abode, which was a treasure that had been painstakingly refined. Meng Xiaoshang was indescribably happy. She looked at Sheng He over and over again. The more she looked, the more she liked him. She wanted to hug him in her arms. After a long time, she recalled the strange phenomenon from before and said, when something happened to Sheng He, 2 extraordinary treasures came to him. There must be a reason for this. Although he has an extraordinary background and is an inborn saint that was born from feeling, the cause and effect are simple. It was either given to him by Master Jingming or by Senior Chun-Ong. I saw that the golden light of the treasures came from the foot of the mountain. Could it be that Qin Daoyu has returned from overseas? She then put Sheng He down carefully. The 5-colored cloud Ganoderma suddenly matured and fell. 5 clouds of Ganoderma gathered together and suddenly wrapped around the little Sheng He. The roots of the Ganoderma turned into a ribbon. The spirit crane at the side picked it up in its beak, just like the best swaddling clothes. Even though Meng Xiaoshang was surprised to see this, She knew that He Sheng's background was not ordinary. Even though this strange phenomenon was even more surprising, it was not something that was out of the ordinary. Thus, she instructed He Sheng to follow her down the mountain to the Shi Xia monastery. Meng Xiaoshang walked out of the cloudfall cave and arrived at a green plain. Below her was a precipitous cliff. The plain was filled with luxuriant plants, spirit herbs, and rosy clouds. Meng Xiaoshang stomped her foot, and a copper bangle fell from her slender wrist and fell to the ground. 5-colored clouds immediately appeared from that spot. It was the 5-cloud bangle that was given to her by Clarity and refined by Chanong. Meng Xiaoshang rode on it and flew towards the Shixia monastery at a moderate pace. When she was near the monastery, she could see a lamp lit up in the ancient monastery and a small amount of incense slowly rising. There were footprints on the moss in front of the door, and the mottled wooden door was half closed. She knew that someone had already moved in. She landed on the patio in front of the main hall and saw a young Taoist priest pushing the door open and walking out of the main hall. She then nodded and cupped her fists. Long time no see. Qin Daoyu is still as elegant as ever. Have you returned from overseas? Qin Ong laughed and said, I have built up a large family business overseas. Recently I have foreseen that He Sheng will be born. I do not intend to give this disciple to Jingming to be a little monk. It just so happens that I have made a big enemy overseas, who is causing the central earth to be restless. So I rushed back before Jingming and took He Sheng as my disciple. That old monk Jingming has been begging for alms for 3 years, and he only has a few monasteries. Now that I have 2 or 3 immortal abodes overseas that occupy a few hundred miles, I'd like to see how he's going to compete with me this time. Meng Xiaoshang covered her mouth and laughed. Master Jingming has been practicing asceticism for 3 years. Now that the situation in Middle-earth is unstable, even the people of good faith don't have any surplus food. I'm afraid they can't even build a monastery. Senior, not only do you have 3 ancient monasteries, you even have an immortal abode overseas. I think he won't be able to compete with you. After joking for a while, she said seriously, Fellow Taoist, your magic power is far above mine. I can't be of much help to someone who can be your enemy, but I can at least do my best. Can you tell me who this person is? Chunong smiled. This person is Gu Hanba, who was born from the corpse of the rogue cultivator Gu Haozi. He was sealed in the eye of South Sea under the 10,000-year-old cold spring by the senior immortal Reverend Qizhang. However, Xian Yuan the Great, the cult master of the West Kongtong evil sect, sent his disciple to try to unseal him. He sacrificed the blood of an evil art that he had been practicing recently. Unexpectedly, Hanba was not an ordinary person. He killed his disciple and used it to transform into the supreme demon body of Great Azura. At that time, I was also attracted by him, but I noticed his trick. I used Reverend Qizhang's restriction to suppress and seal him. Later on, one of his primordial spirits escaped, so I went to pursue and kill him. But it's a pity that his fate didn't run out. Instead, he killed countless overseas fellow Taoists and cultivated the 2 unprecedented orthodoxies of Blood Demon and Sky Demon. In the end, after a battle in the Eye of South Sea, I was lucky enough to drive him out. But he saved my physical body and escaped to Middle-earth. Qin Ong explained the incident in a few words. Meng Xiaoshang was suddenly enlightened and said, I've heard about this devil. I only heard that he has unparalleled power. Countless overseas fellow Taoists were killed by him. Even the 2 grandmasters of the evil sect and the demon path, Xian Yuan the Great and Venerable Poisonous Dragon, were killed by him. Both their bodies and spirits were destroyed by him. The 3 senior immortals of East Sea went to subdue the devil, but they returned empty-handed. After hearing that he came to Middle-earth, many fellow Taoists were anxious. Xian Yuan the Great and Venerable Poisonous Dragon were both senior cultivators. One of them was the leader of the demon path in the West and was famous. The other one had been cultivating in seclusion for many years and was not to be underestimated. but he died in the hands of this devil. People said that he was the most powerful devil in the past 1,000 years. I didn't expect him to be a great enemy of Senior. Senior's magical power is admirable to defeat this devil. Meng Xiaoshang still felt guilty and said, I have a few overseas fellow Taoists and have heard about it. There was a famous overseas, unorthodox, sect called Ancestor Bayin. He invited his fellow Taoists to attend his 100th birthday banquet, but he met old Devil River Styx. All of them were killed and his entire family died. Old Man Bayin was also an experienced individual immortal, but he couldn't fight back. Therefore, he went into seclusion overseas. Countless people escaped. When they heard that he came to Middle-earth, many of them closed their doors and ignored the outside world. But I also heard that a few highly respected seniors wanted to eliminate this devil. Chenong sighed inwardly. Old Man Bayan was actually a famous senior individual cultivator. River Styx had many casualties, but when was it Old Man Bayan's turn to be ranked? Among the people who died overseas, Bayan might not even be in the top 10. He also heard her tell him the names of those virtuous and respectable seniors, asking him to contact them to kill the demon. Chin Ong thought about it for a long time, but he could not recognize any of them. It seemed that they were people of the same generation as Old Man Bayan. Our old demon Chen's eyesight is very high. Only people like the 3 immortals and the 2 elders would have some respect for them. People like Bayan, with his ability, did not even bother to remember their names. But Chinong could not say it directly, so he found an excuse and said, A few days ago, Reverend Miao Iavame wrote me a letter saying that old devil had killed many people in Liaodong. He tricked 3 of my disciples to help him kill tens of thousands of the Jian Nu army. He wanted to use karma to frame me. He also created a heavenly devil extreme bliss cult by the river. It caused great harm and created an illusory world to trick people to die and send their souls into it. Chapter 560. Hearing what Chenong had said, Meng Xiaoshang could no longer mention her seniors who were highly respected and had years of cultivation. Chenong also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He had seen the figures of the unorthodox sect before. Those seniors who had cultivated for many years were mostly arrogant and had all kinds of unconventional temperaments. Chen Ong himself had a bad temper. When the time came, he would kill a few of them and cause a few bloody disasters. It would not be good if he did not have the netherworld river to take the thunder for him. He smiled and said, He Sheng was born with a fairy-like demeanor and was nurtured by the qi of heaven and earth. It was fine before he was born. But after he was born, the mysteries of heaven gradually became clear. I don't know how many monks, nuns, and beggars came to ask for money, wanting to trick my disciple to go back and be their disciple. Today, when his jade egg was opened, the qi of clear spirit soared 3,000 feet into the sky. Even though it was covered by the heaven and earth ring and red armillary sash that I refined, and the unorthodox sects didn't know about it, it still alarmed many bald donkeys who had years of cultivation. Those bald donkeys are the most difficult to deal with. They are obviously poor, but they have all kinds of schemes in the dark. As his adoptive mother, you must not be tricked by others. I have a few immortal abodes overseas and countless properties, and they are the most obvious. After saying this, he smiled and sighed. If it wasn't because of Jingming's face, there would be no need to go through so much trouble. He was nurtured by my cauldron of elixir qi, and he is fated with me. Not to mention taking him as a disciple, it is also reasonable for me to raise him as a son. What a pity! What a pity! Since we have agreed previously, let's wait for Jingming for a few years. When he grows up, you can let him choose for himself. Meng Xiaoshang knew that what he said was reasonable, but she was still closer to Jingming. Chin Eng's origin was too mysterious. He was originally a silly Taoist child in a small temple at the foot of the mountain. After he realized his previous life, he became unfathomable, and she felt that he was like a bottomless abyss. Even a terrifying person like old Demon River Styx, who had the same background as Drought Demon and Extraterrestrial Demon, was not his match and was expelled overseas. She really didn't know the origin of such a person in his previous life. Meng Xiaoshang calculated that Chen Ong had only realized his previous life for 3.5 years, but his cultivation and magic power were already as deep as the sky and as deep as the sea. Such old age was shocking. Meng Xiaoshang had also heard some rumors about the spiritual immortal realm and even the Purple Mansion realm. The son of the celestial lord of the upper realm, giant wood god of the eastern wasteland, was just like that. Thinking about it this way, the inside story was extremely terrifying. Sometimes Meng Xiaoshang also thought about what kind of origin did Chinong have to have such cultivation. She guessed that he probably had to be the ancient, golden, immortal Guang Chung Great Sage, or even figures like the green, white, red, and yellow emperors, or the ancient water god Gong Gong, or the fire god Zhurong. She didn't dare to think about figures like the 3 pure ones of the mystic door. With such a level of imagination, it was really not enough to guess Qin Eng's origin. One must have seen the birth and death of countless worlds, transcend the corner of Shushan, and look at the countless galaxies and universes, as well as the extremely vast heaven and earth. The human world of Shushan was just a planet that was a few times smaller than the sun. In the past, when Cult Master Qin swept the Milky Way with a wave of his hand, it was as vast as the Milky Way. Since Meng Xiaoshang had such considerations and was concerned about Hisheng and loved him like her own son, she revealed it in her words. When Chanong saw her stuttering, he knew what she was thinking. She felt that if Hisheng became Jingming's disciple, he would definitely have a positive outcome in the future. If he was taught by Chanong, he might achieve something. For a mother like her, she always felt that it was better to hand the child over to Jingming, who knew everything about him. However, she really didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse to hand the child over to an unfathomable person like Chinong. Chinong didn't blame her. He only said lightly, "In the future, let him choose for himself." He didn't mention Meng Xiaoshang anymore. Meng Xiaoshang was shocked. She knew that her thoughts were seen through. She was a little embarrassed and left in a hurry. Standing in the small courtyard of Shi Xia Temple, Qin Ong allowed the mountain wind to caress his sleeves. The ancient temple had only been repaired for 3 years. It was inevitable that it was dilapidated and old. Qin Ong just pointed, and a gust of pure yang, true fire burned through it. The mountain peaks and cliffs where the ancient temple was located were all cracked. In the blink of an eye, the mountain roared and the earth raged. Rocks boiled and sand melted. It was just a rumbling sound that sounded like mountain thunder. It sent the foul qi in the mountain rocks into the lungs of the earth to be dissolved. The plants, insects, and snakes on the mountain were all sent into the air by the restrictive spell. Shi Xia Temple had become more and more ancient after being washed by the Tying water. When the wind and fire settled down, Qin Ong retracted his mana. He then replanted all the plants, insects, snakes, and beasts, as well as Shi Xia ancient temple on the ground. The foundation of the mountain had been reforged. The underground restrictive spell was faintly activated. Even the bricks and stones of Shi Xia ancient temple had restrictions attached to them. With just a raise of his hand, he had reforged this place into a delicate and beautiful paradise. The environment became more exquisite and cute. With a wave of Chun Eng's hand, the 13 springs that he collected from the outer islands and some strange plants were also placed on the mountain. Even though it still looked like a small, ancient temple from the outside, it was actually different on the inside. The spiritual energy was flourishing and the formation was hidden in the dark. It was even more perfect than the cave abodes that some rogue cultivators set up in the mountains and rivers. Even the ancient sandalwood in the backyard had a strange spiritual root transplanted into it by Qin Ong. Its spirituality became more and more reserved. Qin Eng's purpose was just to conveniently make his old residence so that there would not be any disturbances. After cultivating in seclusion for a few days, Enlightened Miaoi of Chinquanchiavame had already sent an invitation to him before his old friends came. Seeing a pure green sword gleam landing in front of the mountain, Chin Ong stretched out his hand and pulled it in front of him. He took down Enlightened Miaoi's invitation from a flying sword with extraordinary spirituality. The invitation was polite and invited him to meet him on Mount Amay 3 days later. Chin Ong picked up his brush pen and replied with a few sentences before putting the flying sword back. Chin Ong himself did not have any conflict of interest with Mount Amay. Looking at the big picture, there were many areas for both parties to cooperate with. Moreover, he had already established a relationship with enlightened Longbrow from the upper realm. That was why he let River Styx go out and cause trouble. He thought that no matter what trouble River Styx caused, it would not attract the intervention of the spiritual realm or even the heaven realm. Who knew that River Styx could cause so much trouble? The incident with the extraterrestrial demon bliss cult was really like pinching the balls of those bald donkeys. Under such circumstances, it was no wonder that Mount Amay wanted to invite Chinong for a meeting to discuss the matter of eradicating the demon. However, based on River Styx's temperament, the matter of eradicating the demon would most likely turn into being erased by the demon. If River Styx was allowed to go all out, it was unknown how powerful the catastrophe of this realm would be. Fortunately, on the surface, Chinong was still River Styx's mortal enemy. There was still room for negotiation. Otherwise, it would be a great battle between the good and the evil, the great catastrophe of the weakening of the Tao and the growth of the demon. If things got out of hand, River Styx might dare to summon the apocalypse. By then it would be an earth-shattering catastrophe. It would not do Chinong any good. Instead, it would delay the proper business of investigating and killing the Master God. Chapter 561. Other than that, Jinren Miao invited Chinong to Mount Amay and ordered Zhuge Jingwa to wait at the front of the mountain. The 3 deities of Donghai had already arrived from Daiji, so the laughing monk was able to leave and cultivate at Mount Amay. When he saw Zhuge Jingwa heading to the front of the mountain, he called out, "Senior brother Zhuge, where are you going?" Zhuge Jingwa stopped and said, "Sect leader Uncle Master ordered me to wait at the front of the mountain for a senior." Junior brother Shao, sect leader Uncle Master, was concerned about this matter. He said that this senior's identity is extraordinary. You must not make a mistake. Zhuge Jingwa had always understood his junior brother's personality. Because he was spoiled, he was a little spoiled. Although he was pure in nature, he was a little reckless. Luckily, ascetic Buddha was very strict and did not spoil him. But the laughing monk had an idea. It was obvious that Zhuge Jingwa had underestimated his courage. This person had reincarnated for 2,000 years and had gone through many trials. It was clear that he had committed a lot of sins. He immediately smiled and said, "Senior brother Zhuge, do you know who it is that made sect leader Uncle Master so cautious?" Zhuge Jingwa did not suspect anything and said, "It is the master of the South Sea immortal residence, Chin Ong Jinren Chin. A few Uncle Masters invited him here to discuss the matter of eliminating the demon. Previously, the River Styx demon came to the Central Plains to create chaos and was his enemy. He tricked his 3 disciples and led them into the evil path. The white-browed divine monk saved his first disciple, Li Hong. He felt that he was fated to meet Li Hong, so he wanted to ask Jinren Chen to give him a disciple. Monk Shao said in bewilderment, "I know of this old demon, Styx River. He's a powerful old demon from overseas. Recently, it's said that he's a great Azura demon transformed from a 1,000-year drought demon. My master tried to get rid of the demon, but he broke through the formless sword escape and came back to warn me. But who is this Chinong? How can he go against him?" Zhuge Jingwa said seriously, "Junior brother, do not underestimate this senior. It is said that when the South Sea River Styx created chaos, it was this senior who defeated him." The laughing monk was even more indignant. He thought angrily, the old demon River Styx's defeat in South Sea was the joint effort of my master, Xiaonan, Xenru, and the other seniors. How can a deceiver like him be greedy for credit? Even when his own disciple was bullied, he still needed Senior White Brow to stand up for him. It was hard to say how capable Senior White Brow was. Master has a profound upbringing and doesn't care about this kind of empty reputation. But I can't let him take advantage of me. Why don't I use the invisible sword escape to hide on the side and let him suffer in secret? I think he will be ashamed of himself when he realizes it and won't dare to do such a thing again. When Master asks about it, I will have something to say. He made up his mind, but did not show it on his face. He only greeted Zhuge Jinghua and turned around to return to the cave where he was cultivating. Zhuge Jinghua was relieved after seeing him return. He launched the conveyance light and headed towards Mount Amei to wait. He did not expect the laughing monk to appear to be going back to cultivate. In reality, he used the invisible sword escape to follow behind him. When Chun Ang's sword gleam faintly appeared, he rushed in front of Zhuge Jinghua and blocked his way. The invisible sword escape was the fastest. Before Zhuge Jinghua could see the conveyance light, he had already appeared dozens of miles away. He revealed the figure of a little monk and fell from the sky. Chun Ong saw someone falling from the sky, but he was not surprised. He only pointed his finger, and a sword gleam was released to catch the person. Seeing the laughing monk alone, he asked, "You are a disciple of Amei. Why did you fall from the sky?" The laughing monk smiled and said, "I was cultivating a set of Amei's secret method. It was just that I did not practice it properly and suddenly lost my footing in the sky." Chin Ong understood in his heart, but he looked surprised and said, "Oh, what kind of secret method is this? Why does it have such a strange requirement?" The laughing monk was overjoyed and thought to himself, "I will make a fool out of you. How can I easily inquire about other people's secret method? This person's behavior shows that he is not an honest person. I did not blame him wrongly." He was even more pleased with himself, but he spoke as if he was telling the truth. He opened his mouth and said, "We have a celestial apricot tree at the back of Mount Amei. If you eat 2, you will be able to grow a pair of wings and wield wind and thunder. But there is one thing. This pair of wings will only grow when the heart is anxious and anxious to grow a pair of wings. This time, I wanted to fall from a high place and wait until the heart is filled with fear and anxious to grow a pair of wings. Then I will be able to grow a pair of wings. Unfortunately, no matter how anxious I am, there is no effect at all." After he finished speaking, he stole a glance at Chin Ong. He saw that Chin Ang's expression was indifferent. He only frowned and said, "I have heard of this celestial apricot tree, but the legend is illusory. If it really exists, can you take it out and let me have a look?" The laughing monk was relieved and thought to himself, "This unorthodox person really does not have any rules. I used the celestial apricot tree to trick him and knew that this person is greedy and will definitely ask me for it. When he asks me for it, I will deceive him of his identity and pretend to say, 'Since you are an esteemed guest of Amei, I will give this to you.' When he jumps down from the flying sword, I will hide beside him and beat him up a dozen times. Let's see if he still has the face to come to Amei." His hands did not stop and took out 2 green apricots. Chin Ong looked for a while and suddenly sighed and said, "This looks really nothing special. Little monk, did you mistakenly believe the joke of your fellow disciple?" The laughing monk saw that he did not believe him and quickly said, "If you don't believe me, you can look at me. When I appeared in midair for no reason, it was when I grew wings on a cliff dozens of miles away. I forced out a section of wind wings and appeared in front of you in a flash. If you still don't believe me, I can let you eat one. You will know after you try it yourself." Chun Ong said, "It is not that I don't believe you, but the human body is the most precious thing. What is the benefit of growing a pair of wings and turning into a beast? You Amei disciples know how to have fun. Unlike us rogue cultivators from overseas, we only know how to control flying swords and don't want to grow a pair of wings under our ribs." The laughing monk had no choice but to provoke him. Since you are a guest from overseas, I am not surprised that you do not have such knowledge. This wings of wind and thunder has endless uses. With a flap of the wings, you can travel 9,000 miles. The speed is unparalleled. Do you have this kind of escaping technique from overseas? Chen-ong only sighed and said, If you only have this kind of ability, why bother to grow a pair of wings? Stretch out your hand, and I will teach you a way. The laughing monk pretended to stretch out his hand, and Chen-ong wrote the word escape on his palm. He said, Hold it in your palm and breathe into it. Shout escape upwards. You will feel it. I think it is not easy to cultivate. If you are too low, if you can't grow wings in time, your life will be in danger. If you have mana, you can control a flying sword at any time and you don't have a sense of urgency in your heart. Above the ninth heaven, it is difficult for a flying sword to come out within the magnetic true star. If you are 10,000 feet high and have enough time to deal with it, you will definitely be able to cultivate it. The laughing monk was skeptical. He grabbed his right hand and breathed into his palm. He shouted, Escape upwards. Chen-ong secretly activated the golden ship of fate and performed the celestial star shifting technique to move him into the layer of astral winds. The laughing monk had just appeared when he was swept away by a few strong astral winds and was blown far away. He was wrapped in the wind and couldn't even open his eyes. His body was spinning like a top, and he couldn't even release a flying sword. Chapter 562. Zhuge Jing, and I waited for Chen-ong. After bowing, he brought Chen-ong to where the three deities of Donghai and Reverend Miaoi were. On the way, Chen-ong smiled and said, The disciples of Amei are indeed extraordinary. I saw a little monk on my way here. He said he was practicing some spell called Wings of Wind and Thunder. It was really fun. As he said this, he was already at Reverend Miaoi's place and went in first. Zhuge Jing did not dare to stop him. He was shocked and said, Junior brother Xiao. He hurried to find him. When Chen-ong arrived downstairs, a celestial light welcomed him. He stepped in and was surprised to see many people in the building. The people here were all great masters, not to mention the three deities of Donghai. Reverend Miaoi and his wife were here. There was also the white-browed old monk, Zen Master Zhigong, Reverend Zun Shang, Zen Master Tianming, and Reverend Dafeng and Divine Hunchback Ishio. There were many talented people here. There were many celestial beings here. It would not be embarrassing to take them to invade a realm. Reverend Miaoi was very graceful. He looked like a middle-aged Taoist in his 30s or 40s. He entered Tao in the middle of the Ming dynasty, but he had already cultivated for 9 lifetimes. His 6th life was more than 1,000 years ago. His mana was unfathomable. When he saw Chen-ong enter the building, he smiled and said, Are you Qin Daoyu from overseas? Chen-ong smiled and said, Yes, I am. Reverend Miaoi sighed and said, This world is full of evil and stubborn. Reverend Qi Zhang's remnant, the demon river Styx transformed from the 1,000-year drought demon. He punishes evil and runs amok overseas, but we could not control him. We had to rely on your profound mana to get rid of this demon. It is a pity that many overseas Taoists are in trouble. Now, the great trial of immortals is coming. There will be 3 sword battles between the good and the evil. The overseas Taoist is the pillar of the overseas Taoist. Together with Amei, we uphold the righteous path of punishing evil and not letting the evil grow. It is a great contribution. Chen-ong said indifferently, I am but one man. How can I be compared to the leader of Amei? This time I came because I heard that my little disciple was tortured by the Nether River demon in the Middle Earth. I also heard that he had done something perverse and actually created the Empyrean demon paradise, a magic that harmed the people. I also heard that Amei is the leader of the Central Plains. Our Xian Palace and Palace have a good relationship. How can we sit overseas and watch River Styx run wild? Hearing this, white-browed Venerable Sheng and the other Zen masters all nodded. White-browed Venerable Sheng couldn't help but interject. Earlier, I saw that your 3 disciples didn't receive the true teachings. I see that Li Ning has a good temperament. Can you allow him to become my disciple again? Can you let him be my disciple again? Qin Ong smiled and said, Li Ning is my first disciple. He is the most promising. Now he is only purifying his foundation. My sex Tao techniques do not prioritize young boys. Instead, they focus more on polishing the foundation and cultivating one's mind. It is not too late to start cultivation at 70 years old. I have elixirs here to nurture his vitality and lifespan, allowing him to regain his youth. Now that the world is unstable, his dharma has yet to arrive and his young daughter, Ing Cheong, has just been born. Thinking of his family and the importance of entering the world to temper his mind, I have not passed on the heart techniques of our sect. I have only passed on the martial arts of the human world. I'm afraid I can't agree to your request. White May put his palms together and chanted, I see I have been rude. Reverend Miao, Yi said, Li Ning's daughter, Li Ing Cheong, is fated to be with a Mei. Would you be willing to give her to a Mei and inherit the 2nd generation? In her previous life, she was fated to be with our founder, Reverend Chang Mei. Our founder left a message. 3 heroes and 2 clouds rise a Mei. She is one of them. Qin Ong thought for a while and nodded. It is her good fortune to be able to give her to a Mei. Even though I am her founder, I do not have to stop her. Since Reverend Miao Yi is concerned, let her make the decision herself. Reverend Miao Yi saw that he agreed. Even someone as shrewd as Reverend Miao Yi could not help but relax her brows. Qin Ong was mysterious. Even if the founder, Reverend Chang Mei, sent a message from the heavenly realm, he had to be careful. Reverend Miao Yi did not want to get involved with this trouble. She felt relieved to be able to take this opportunity to solve this problem. They talked about private matters for a while and then brought up the matter of exterminating the demons again. Reverend Miao Yi said, when old Demon River Styx was first sealed in the South Sea, he was not eye-catching. After he escaped from Chun Daoyo's hands, he split his soul to form the Blood Sea primordial spirit, and his body transformed into the supreme demon body of Great Azura. Then he became the #1 demon cultivator in this realm. Later, he killed Xianyuan the Great, killed the venerable poison dragon, and set up the Blood River Formation and the formless demonic formation in a great battle overseas. He killed countless people. His comrades overseas were all gone. Both the righteous and the demonic sects lost countless people. Senior apprentice brother, ascetic Duda, and divine Nun Exen Ru tried to stop him, but they were also defeated. My senior apprentice brothers, the divine monk, and I made many deductions. Our background seems clear, but it is actually covered up. It is difficult to tell the truth from the lies. Chun Daoyu suspects that when Hanba transformed into a heavenly demon, the heavenly demon sent a devil's tribulation. After he suffered the tribulation, he merged with the heavenly demon's soul and became a peerless demon. After he was expelled overseas by Chen Daoyu, he rushed to the Middle Earth and created countless evil demons. The aftermath of the great calamity in Liaodong has far-reaching effects. Now, the death of hundreds of thousands of people is only the beginning of the calamity. There is an even more powerful backup plan. Now, the old demon has entered the hidden land near the South Sea and wants to unify the Sea of Constellations. The old demons of West Kunlun have established the sect of Heavenly Demon Extreme Bliss in the South Sea. They have committed countless sins. As a result, the Heavenly Tao is weakening and the demons are growing. The living beings are in danger, and the righteous path is in danger. At this time of crisis, please work together and kill this demon. Zen Master Bai Mei added, for example, among all the divine powers in the realm of desire, Heavenly Demon Bo Sun is the first. Looking at his supernatural power, we can see that he has turned into the Demon King of Freedom. His supernatural power controls the Heavenly Demon and the Blood Demon. He has turned into the Demon King of Freedom and the Demon King of Freedom. He is the Supreme Demon King of Freedom. His supernatural power is boundless, and his supernatural power is also boundless. He has bewitched all living beings in the earth realm and is the first devil's tribulation. It is really terrifying. He once said that the sage has no fixed heart and treats the hearts of the common people as his heart. Bo Sun also has no fixed heart and treats the hearts of the common people as his heart. Now he has opened the realm of heavenly demon extreme bliss, obeying the hearts of the common people in the realm of desire. He has to bear the endless consequences of his sins and turn the world into peace. There is no good or evil, no karmic retribution, and no separation. He said, "All forms belong to me." The evil in this is immeasurable. Master Dafeng frowned and said, "This person's whereabouts are secretive. Previously, we did not have full confidence. Moreover, the mysteries of heaven are obscure, so we did not take action to eliminate the demon. Now that he has entered the great snow mountain, there is no news of him. We do not know what he has turned into, to bewitch the people. Are we just going to wait here?" Chin Ong listened for a long time before he explained. River Styx does not take action. Once he takes action, he must have full confidence. This person was born in response to the tribulation and rose with it. This time, we are setting up a tribulation for him. If we win, then it is fine. If he is lucky enough to escape, his supernatural power will increase immeasurably. You must know that the cultivation of the heavenly demon is to set up tribulations with all living beings. The heavier the tribulations, the faster the improvement of the heavenly demon's essence. Chapter 563. Chin Ang's words were very pertinent. The experts present wanted to nod in agreement, but perfected Taoist Dafeng, Godhead Ishio, interrupted Chinong and sneered. "From what fellow Taoist said, you seem to have some understanding of this old demon Styx River. When fellow Taoist met the siblings in the South China Sea, you weren't so clear about it. When Yi Chung was here, he did not see you like this." Ishio's anger came out of nowhere and shocked everyone. Dao Master Miao, Yi tried to stop him, but was stopped by Ishio. "Hunchback, I am a straightforward person. I can't hide anything in my heart. Today, when I saw this Chin Daoyu, I can't pretend to be angry. Fellow Taoist Izhou is a gentleman. Even if he has something to say, he can't say it. Dao Master Miao, Yi, do you know why Dao Master Yi, who is grieving over the loss of his son, refused to come?" Ishio stood up, looked at Chinong, and said sternly, "Although fellow Taoist Chin has the ambition to eliminate demons, he didn't do anything when the river Styx was bathed in blood. He even took the lives of the Yi siblings. I, Hunchback Yi, don't have any good words for someone like him to participate in our demon-slaying gathering. I just want to point at him and ask, why did he do such a thing? Such an irresponsible person. I am ashamed to sit with him." Dao Master Dafeng, white-browed divine monk, interrupted him. "Dao Master Dafeng, life and death are determined by fate. Chin Daoyu didn't mean to," being stared at by everyone. Chinong was still calm. He smiled and said, "Dao Master Dafeng is right. I did watch I Ching suffer. But those who want to die have their own way of doing it. I am not fellow Taoist Izhou. Why should I discipline his children? Life and death have their own paths, the cycle of tribulations. Cultivators have their own destinies. I Cheng's life is just like that. He is just an unorthodox junior who has lost his mind. Even if he died, there is nothing to say. I, Qin Mao, am not talented. I cultivate the Tao in search of the truth. What I seek is the great Tao, and what I cultivate is longevity. I am not some Tao protector of the younger generation, nor am I a bodhisattva who saves people from suffering. My entire life of cultivation is not to save people. Even if a member of the Yi clan dies, what does it have to do with me? It's just that my strength wasn't enough, and I sought the Tao halfway and perished. Daofeng Jinren and the Yi family are old friends, and he admires these two juniors, so he always protects them. This kind of love for the house and its crow is understandable. But what does this have to do with me? If you are in the mood, why don't you save the great Ming dynasty and save the world?" Chin Ong suddenly looked at the divine monks present and asked in a clear voice, "Venerable holy monks, you are all people of great mercy and compassion. Now the people of the world are being cooked and steamed. White bones are exposed to the wilderness in all 4 directions. The people of the Central Plains have no way to make a living. Now the entire imperial court is filled with man-eating beasts, and the barren lands are even more inhumane. In the south, the people are enslaving humans, leading beasts to eat humans. In the west, the Tibetan border of Sichuan uses human blood as a sacrifice. In the north, thousands of miles of refugees. In the east, the Gennu massacred cities. The people of the Central Plains are haunted by nameless ghosts day and night. The old demon River Styx is heartless. He created the extraterrestrial demon paradise, teaching people to die. How did it become a disaster for the world? Is it because the people are giving up their lives and seeking death?" Chin Ong glanced at the faces of Bai Mei, Zun Sheng, and the others. He asked, "How can the people face death with equanimity? How can the people of the world enjoy the extraterrestrial demon paradise? All of you divine monks? Can Buddhism save the great Ming dynasty? Can it save the people? Now that the extraterrestrial demon paradise sect is going against the grain, the people see the Buddhist kingdom as hell and yearn for the devil kingdom to be reborn. All of you are people who enter the world to save people. Why do you only ask people to pray to Buddha and suffer? You and I both know that the reason why the extraterrestrial demon paradise sect is so rampant is not because the River Styx is bewitching people, but because the people are suffering and have nowhere to escape. Buddhism can't save people, so don't blame people for turning to the devil. It's because of all of you, great monks, you are unable to save the world. You don't dare to debate with the devil, so you can only eliminate the devil to protect the Tao and get rid of the root of the River Styx. After all, if the world is filled with Buddhist kingdom, peace and happiness, none of you can do it. Am I right? All of you don't dare to get involved with the human world. You don't dare to enter the world to save the world. You are just blindfolding your eyes and pretending not to see." Ishio sneered. "Cultivators have their own dharma and logos. They're bound by the rules of heaven and entangled by karma. The human world has its own humanity. How can we outsiders be entangled with it? The crime of the River Styx is to offend humanity with the Tao of the devil. If every cultivator can attack the mortals, what will the world become?" Chin Ong clapped his hands and laughed. "Well said. That's the logic. If the mortals don't want to improve themselves, how can cultivators save the great Ming dynasty? Cultivators aren't rearing dogs. So how can they raise the great Ming dynasty? Just let the great Ming dynasty reap what it has sown. This I Cheng is making the same logic. He's not my dog. Why should I save him? Just because you, perfected Master Dafeng, are tyrannical if I don't save him, are you going to make things difficult for me? Or is it because the Yi family is powerful, and if I don't save him, will it go against the heavens and humanity? You, perfected Master Dafeng, are close to the Yi family, and you love these juniors. But what does that have to do with me? I have my own rules when I do things. The law is measured by the ruler, and it depends on the heart. Who are you to judge? Perfected Master Dafeng, if you want to be strong, then come and try. I will only be stronger than you." "Shin Tua," Ishio jumped up, his eyebrows raised, and he sneered at Chin Ong. "This is a May's noble place. I won't argue with you here. If you really have such big words, then come and try it with me above the 9 heavens." Chin Ong just waved his hand, gesturing for him to go up. "Please." Perfected Miao One had no choice but to interrupt, he thought. Although perfected Master Dafeng is a little impatient, he has good intentions. It's just that he's too straightforward. He can't tolerate sand in his eyes. He's quite protective. Although Chan Daoyu is a little cold, what he said is also the logic of cultivators. No matter what, it's not good to let the 2 of them become enemies. As the host of a May, perfected Miao One invited, "Fellow cultivators, please don't hurt the harmony. Perfected Master Dafeng abhors evil. He's a little impatient, and Chen Daoyu didn't do anything wrong. In this kind of matter, it's not up to you to help. It's all up to you. If the two of you hurt the harmony because of this, it's also against the original intention of this meeting. Reverend Zun Sheng also smiled bitterly. This meeting is to get rid of the devil. But now the two of us become enemies, isn't it a joke? Why don't the two of us fight with words, showing each other's abilities, so that we won't get into a real fight and become enemies? Chinong didn't mind. Shen Tua Ishio thought for a moment, then said, Originally, Hunchback wouldn't want to stop with this person. But this time, I was invited by Perfected Meow One, and I'm really guilty of disturbing this meeting. I don't dare to go against the divine monks. Let's have a fight with this person. Perfected Meow One said, This fight is not for reason, but to determine the winner and the loser, to eliminate this kind of conflict. If we get into a fight, it will go against the original intention, so we need the eminent monks to come up with a rule to make the fight look fair, so that the loser can accept the result with peace of mind. Chapter 564. It was common for cultivators to fight with magical powers. In the past, many disputes between Mount Wutai and Mount Ame were settled in a sword fight between the master of Hunyuan and Immortal Meowie. Although Mount Ame did not do a clean job in this matter, they still wanted to keep the peace in this fight between Ishio and Chinong. The few old monks discussed it over and over again, but in the end they just sat in meditation and competed with each other. Not to mention Chinong, even the hot-tempered Shintoa Ishio would not do this. Ishio listened for a long time, and when he heard the plan of the few divine monks, he said, unwillingly, Why do we have to do this? If you want me to say, cultivators have different paths. Let's have a sword fight to determine who is better. Hunchback, started cultivation 200 to 300 years earlier than him. I heard that this Chen Daoyu once had a period of time, and he was famous all over the world. He dared to challenge the Mei-yin and Yang Dust Formation. He once defeated the old Devil River, Styx Blood River Formation, and chased him out of the sea. How arrogant. I, Hunchback, am, but I still want to see it. In this fight, why don't we break the formation and win? Please Chin Daoyu set up a formation for me. If I, Hunchback, can walk out of it, I win. If I can't, you can do whatever you want of me. As soon as he said that, Reverend Miao Yi and the three deities of Amei changed their expressions. Ascetic Buddha had seen the scene of Chin Ang's Yellow River of Nine Bends Formation in the South Sea. It was a magnificent scene that could turn the sky and earth upside down. No matter how much ascetic Buddha overestimated Shintoa Ishio's attainment in power, he did not dare to say that he could escape from that kind of formation. Although he had a good impression of Chinong, there was still a difference between them. Reverend Dafeng and Mount Ame had been friends for many years, so he did not want to see him die. He quickly said, Reverend Dafeng, you mustn't. Master Kuxing, please don't stop me. Reverend Dafeng Ishio interrupted. Hunchback, I am not an arrogant person. If I can't even break Chin Daoyu's formation, what I did before was just asking to be humiliated. The army can take the commander, but an ordinary man cannot. The Hunchback couldn't stand his behavior, so he naturally wanted to compete with him. How can you convince people with empty words? Hearing Ishio's assertion, Chenong could tell that he was from the unorthodox sect. The more one was from the unorthodox sect, the more he understood the principle of Tao is under the sword. The people from the unorthodox sect did not have a layer of dignity like the orthodox sect of Xianmen. Each of them had a strange temperament and had a style of respecting the strong. Ishio himself was not a reasonable person. In the original story, after the calamity of the Violet Cloud Palace, the Yi brothers fought their way to the Copper Coconut Island and were captured by Tianqi Exalted. Tianqi Exalted tried to be reasonable and explain the cause and effect of what had happened. First, he said that his disciples had broken the rules of the Violet Cloud Palace and were punished with 100 lashes. Then he said that the two brothers were relentless and chased them for 100 miles to the Copper Coconut Island and destroyed more than 70 celestial trees. They didn't distinguish right from wrong. Injured people destroyed the island and tried to kill his disciples. He wanted to whip the Yi brothers dozens of times. Tianqi was the one who was in the right. The E-clan's disciples were too strong and didn't know what was good for them. Tianqi's punishment was fair and just. However, Xiu had burned the magnetic mountain with a Dao spell and forced the E-clan's disciples out of the mountain. He even asked esteemed Tianqi to find him next year to solve the cause and effect. In the end, he caused the Copper Coconut Islands eternal fire disaster, which was a big mess. The people of this generation mostly acted according to their own likes and dislikes. They were not very reasonable. They only wanted to rely on their mana to be able to think clearly and live freely. Although Reverend Miaowan and the others had their own opinions about the Yi siblings, they did not look down on Chenong because of this. They still treated him in a righteous manner. Only people with Yi Xiu's temper would want to have a fight to see who was better. Because Chenong knew Yi Xiu's temper, he was not upset. Everyone had their own interests, and Yi Xiu did not put Chen Ang's interests above Reverend Zhou's. It would be strange if he did not consider the Yi clan's interests. Chenong was probably like Yi Xiu. He only cared about himself and pursued freedom. He did not put the world's righteousness above his own interests. Therefore, their plan was more in line with Reverend Miaowan and the other monks' plan. Chenong smiled and said, "Although Reverend Dafeng looks down on me, you are right." Chenong smiled and stretched out his 5 fingers. He pressed his palm in the air and said, "Reverend Dafeng, you don't need to break my yellow river of 9 tunes array. The yellow river of 9 tunes array cuts the 5 chi and destroys the 3 flowers. Even golden immortal Dara would be affected by it for a while. I don't have a deep grudge against Reverend Dafeng, and I'm not here to kill demons. I can only use 1 palm. If I use 1 more hand, I'll be bullying you." When he said that, the other monks nodded secretly, thinking that he had a sense of propriety. But when he said the last sentence, Shin Tua Yi Xiu flew into a rage. He slammed the table and stood up, shouting, "Reverend Qin, you've gone too far!" Even Reverend Miaowan, an ascetic Dida, thought that Chen Ang's words were too rude and arrogant. Chun Ong waved his sleeves and said, "Mount Amei is a famous mountain in the world. It's not convenient to fight here. I'll press my palm in a remote place in the Yi Sea. If Reverend Dafeng can escape from this place, then I lose." Then, without waiting for Yi Xiu to shout, he flipped his right hand and a golden light pierced through the sky. Chin Ong gently lifted his right hand and held up the sky. Suddenly, the stars flickered and the sun appeared in the sky. The sky was dark and gloomy. The entire Middle Earth could see a small gap in the sun. "Heavenly dog eats the sun." Chun Ong stepped on the golden ship of good fortune. The heavenly star prohibition on the golden ship was activated to the maximum by Chun Ang's mana. It moved a constellation and covered the great sun in the sky of Middle Earth. Such a shocking supernatural power was really a great mana, great wisdom, and supreme supernatural power. It made the old monks sitting on Mount Amei feel their hair stand on end and panic appeared on their faces. Although the near-Earth constellation of Mount Shu was not as huge as the stars and planets in the galaxy, it was not comparable to a mountain peak or blessed land. The entire Middle Earth, or even the great eastern wasteland, was only this size. It could cover the sky and the earth. The meaning behind it was horrifying. At this moment, countless cultivators in the entire Middle Earth were shocked. Some were frightened, some were puzzled as they looked at this shocking phenomenon. Wind, rain, clouds, and mist, the sun rises and the moon sets. It's just the breath of the candle dragon. Moving the stars and changing the constellations, it's all in the next palm. As the golden ship of good fortune emitted a golden brilliance, it seemed to be under an unparalleled pressure. It suddenly dimmed and seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The stars in the sky suddenly shone brightly and changed their position. No, it should be said that the position of Mount Amei under their feet changed. Chin Ong seemed to have lifted Mount Amei and moved it to a barren place in the East Sea with unparalleled mana. Reverend Miaoi watched as the sea turned into mulberry fields in front of Mount Amei. The plain farmland in the basin of Sichuan suddenly turned into the vast East Sea. Reverend Miaoyi knew that Qianong moved Maunamei to the East Sea temporarily with the manna of moving the stars. He took a breath of cold air. Fortunately, he had seen the back of the mountain and knew that Ningsue Cliff did not move along with the mountains and seas. Otherwise, he would suspect that the Mount Amei Immortal's mansion left by the ancestral master, Reverend Longbrow, would be taken away by Qianong with one palm, and the prohibition on the mountain would be useless. But even so, it was still a shocking matter. Throughout the Central Plains and the Great Desolate, there was actually not a single person who had Qin Eng's magical power and divine ability. Even Reverend Dafeng Yishio did not dare to say that Chen Ong humiliated him. With such power, he had the qualification to say that if Yishio could escape from his palm, he would win. Without this condition, Reverend Dafeng knew that he would lose without a doubt. Reverend Dafeng, today I will press my palm on this EC. If you can escape from this palm, I will lose. If you can't, then you will be suppressed in this palm for 81 years. Chen Ong smiled faintly. His right palm turned slightly from top to bottom. The stars that covered the sun above his head shook with a loud rumble. The sky above Maunamei seemed to have broken a big hole in the void. The true fire of the sun poured out and burned fiercely. It fell from the sky, and the huge stars in the sky gradually expanded. The sky was murderous. The Big Dipper moved. The stars changed. The stars fell. Chapter 565. Even though there were many connoisseurs in this world, and they could reduce some of the power, it was enough to turn the Middle Earth into a vast ocean and feed the people of the continent to the fishes and prawns. This was a power that could destroy the world. Although it was not as powerful as Tiancan and Deek's sphere of mixed elements, they used the qi of mixed elements left over from thousands of years ago to condense into a planet. Once it cracked, the atmosphere within a radius of 5,000 miles was immediately filled with primordial qi. Earthquakes and landslides occurred, floods surged, and fire burned the sky. Within this zone of vibration, all living things were destroyed, and it even spread. Everywhere it went, the qi was as heavy as a mountain. Living things that came into contact with it immediately stopped breathing and died. Such power! But it could also set off monstrous waves that affected the four seas and drowned the Middle Earth. The people of China were all fed to the fishes and prawns, and 8 or 9 out of 10 living things in the four seas died. This created endless karma and caused a disaster that was rarely seen since the beginning of the world. Tiancan and Deek gathered the qi of mixed elements that had almost accumulated into a planet to condense into a magical weapon. Although it was terrifying, the way Qianong shook the star and smashed the star that had already formed into a planet onto the East Sea was not inferior at all. The old monks and connoisseurs on Maunamei panicked. Zen master Bai Mei raised the Buddha's light and turned thousands of miles of the East Sea into a Buddhist land. Several divine monks held up the Buddha's light together and turned the barren sea area into a land of Buddha, preparing to ordain the terrifying power of the falling stars. It was hard to say how effective this preparation of using human strength to resist the heavenly power would be. In the face of such a terrifying power, even if the divine monks were the first-class old monsters in this realm, they did not have much confidence to say how much of a disaster they could avert. Reverend Miao Wen shouted, "Qin Daoyu, why are you doing this? Fellow Taoist, please stop this spell so that the living things of this world won't be affected." Ascetic Buddha gathered the invisible sword ray and was ready to attack at any time. Zhuan Zhenzi and the 2 elders of Mount Song also raised their mana, ready to attack at any time. Unexpectedly, Qianong only smiled and said, "Fellow Taoists, don't panic. Watch my magic power first." They watched as the stars in the sky grew bigger and bigger. They had already occupied almost half of the sky. The people of Maunamei were still holding back and did not make a move. Suddenly, the immortals felt that the metal objects on their bodies were slightly moving. The metal and refined iron on the ground gradually floated up. The crushed stones from the refined iron mine in the body of Mount Amay also broke off and floated up slowly. Not long after, some of the juniors of Mount Amay felt that their flying swords were slightly out of control, as if they were about to fly out of their bodies. The golden ship of creation behind Chenong shot out a wisp of yin-yang two modes, primordial magnetism divine light, illuminating the entire Mount Amay. Only then did this sense was cut off. However, what they saw before their eyes were countless veins of gold, stone, iron, and copper on the East Sea in front of them, breaking through the surface of the water. Some of the rare metals even turned into light and shot up into the sky. At this time, Ascetic Duda suddenly understood and said, "The star that is about to fall is a magnetic star!" His words immediately surprised everyone. Immortal Meowie counted with her fingers and said, 800 miles south of here is the Copper Coconut Islands, North Pole Magnetic Earth Vein. The Copper Coconut Islands Magnetic Earth Vein is a branch of the North Pole Magnetic Earth Vein, which belongs to the extreme Yin element. And the side of this star below is the extreme Yin element. Chenong said. Zen Master Baimei withdrew his great amplification Buddhist light and said, "This star is repelled by the North Pole magnetic force, so it will fall slowly. It won't be a disaster." Chen Dao's calculation is really. Chin Ong acted as if he didn't hear Zen Master Baimei's reproach. He saw a cyan sword light flying over from the horizon. He smiled and waved his sleeve to take the divine with sword light. He took a handwritten letter from the divine with sword, hurriedly glanced at it, and said, "I have a good relationship with Tian Chi, the Copper Coconut Islands' venerable master. Under the Copper Coconut Islands Earth Meridian is a place where the ancient earth lung poison fire accumulates. A few years ago, I secretly released the poison fire here, but I still couldn't get rid of it. After the establishment of the South Sea Mansion, I discussed with the venerable master to draw down a magnetic star and use it to suppress the Earth Meridian here. Turn the stars into continents and use the power of the stars to release the poisonous fire. Tian Chi, my friend, will control the great natural magnetic formation on the island and control the power of the stars. I will suppress the poisonous fire in the earth lung and protect all living creatures on this island. When the star turns into a continent and fills the weak void of the earth's crust, the star will shake the earth and remove the poisonous fire. Then it will turn into a continent and give birth to creatures. We can call it the star continent. It will nourish countless creatures like the central continent and create the world. The star continent is the essence of the magnetic star. I know that my friends from Amay have worked hard to get rid of the minor tribulation of one origin. So I asked my friends from Amay to use Long Brow Taoist trick to refine this continent and break the magnetic essence. Then we can refine the magnetic vein into Tianqi Shangren's magnetic mountain and make it a supreme treasure. At the same time, we can turn this magnetic star into a foundation and move the mountains and rivers of the central continent here. We can create a continent and nourish countless creatures. We can even create a continent and obtain external power that is several times more powerful than the previous minor tribulation of one origin. My friend, although what you are doing is for the benefit of all living beings and to get rid of the great tribulation of one origin, I shouldn't question you. But my friend, you are really rude and unreasonable. You didn't discuss this with Amay before you made the decision. Don't you think you are being too domineering? Ascetic Duda frowned and shouted. Chin Ong just smiled and said, "My friend, you are too serious. Before I came to the central continent, Tianqi Shangren, and I made a wish to the heaven realm and got Long Brow Taoist permission. As for why, he didn't tell Amay. Haha, this was Tianqi Shangren's idea. He said it was Amay who made the first move. Since my friends from Amay have made a lot of preparations and kept it from him, the host, then don't blame him for not telling you." Ascetic Duda pulled a long face, but he couldn't say anything. If they had followed their plan, it would have been reasonable, but their plan had been overturned. Chen Ong and Tian Qi had come up with a new plan to get rid of the minor tribulation of One Origin, and they had a 90% chance of success. Besides, their previous plans were unreasonable. Since Amei had made the first move, they couldn't blame Tian Qi for making the second move. Now, Tian Qi was going to be able to ascend to the heaven realm because of his external power, and he didn't need to care about Amei anymore. Even though Chen Ong and Tian Qi had made the minor Yuan calamity bigger, the Amei sect would get a bigger share of it. However, Miao Yi and the 3 celestial beings of the East Sea weren't happy about it. The long-brow Jinren from the heavens world didn't care about the Amei sect's reputation. Chen Ong seemed to have made things difficult for Amei, but in fact, he had already seen through Amei's plan. Amei wasn't better than immortal Miao Yi, Penance, or any of the first or second generation disciples, but long-brow Taoist from the heaven realm. To put it bluntly, Chen Ong would rather fight with long-brow Taoists than argue with Amei in the human world. As long as Chen Ong and long-brow Taoists' interests were interlinked, Chen Ong didn't care about immortal Miao Yi, ascetic Buddha, or the disciples of Amei in the human world. Even if they caused trouble, they couldn't interfere with Chen Ang's interests. That was why he gave Amei a big share of the cake of the star continent, which made immortal Miao Yi and the others lose face. The magnificent star turned into a continent, slowly approaching the sea area that Chen Ong had planned. All the aquatic creatures in that area had been driven away. Hundreds of miles away, Tian Qi esteemed was controlling the natural magnetic Great Formation. He slowly controlled the magnetic mountain to release a magnetic light to support the gigantic continent. Chen Ang's Dharma power turned into a giant hand, which was 3,000 miles long, to support the continent. Even though the earth meridians under the copper coconut island were groaning as if they couldn't bear the weight, Master Tian Qi was still trying his best to activate the magnetic mountain. He had almost destroyed this great treasure that he had spent a lot of effort to create, but he was still barely able to support the star continent. Chen Ong looked calm and composed, and his gigantic hand was steadily supporting the star continent. He didn't look worried at all, which shocked those powerful cultivators. They knew that half of the weight of the future star continent was on Chen Ang's Dharma power hand. Tian Qi esteemed was trying his best, but Chen Ong didn't seem to care at all. Chen Ong patted the back of his head, and the golden ship of good formation turned into a golden light and flew into the Dharma power hand. The Milky Way's Dharma power suddenly split into 2 and turned into endless yin and yang magnetic divine light, which merged with the continent. Immortal Miao Yi and the others knew that Chen Ong had already adjusted the earth meridians, primordial qi, geomagnetic force, and so on. Under such great pressure, Chen Ong still had the energy to make such arrangements. In the eyes of Amei people, Chen Ang's Dharma power was unfathomable. With the power of the golden ship of fate, Chen Ong temporarily sacrificially refined the entire star continent. A mountain-like star continent slowly opened its 5 fingers and turned into a huge palm that covered the sky. It spread out in front of the people of Amei sect. Chen Ong smiled and said, "Immortal Dafeng, please go ahead." Zen Master Bai Mei couldn't help saying. Qin Daoyu, ascetic Dita, also sighed and said, "Qin Daoyu, why do you have to do this?" Amei people couldn't bear to watch. Everyone knew that immortal Dafeng wouldn't be able to escape. No one thought that Yi Xiu would be able to escape from the star continent. If he went back, he would be suppressed for 81 years. Zen Master Zun Sheng begged, "Fellow Taoist Qin, what happened earlier was just a personal dispute. I'm an old friend of Daofeng Jinren. I'm willing to make 3 promises to help Taoist Qin once. From now on, I'm willing to help fellow Taoist Qin 3 times. Ishio interrupted. "Master Zun Sheng, stop!" He didn't sound angry at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "I don't have any regrets to fight with Qin Daoyu. It's hard to say who will win or lose. Hunchback, I really want to fight, but after 81 years, I'll come out." Ishio still wants to discuss Dao with Qin Daoyu. Then he didn't look back and went straight into the star continent. Chin Ong flipped his palm, and the 3,000 miles palm of the star continent opened up. The Taiyang magnetic field on the back of his palm turned into the Taiyang magnetic field on the palm. The yin and yang magnetic fields attracted each other. Instantly, the entire star continent and the underground Taiyang magnetic field merged into one. The entire palm of the star continent pressed down. The palm of the continent that Yi Xiu was in was pressed down into the lungs of the earth and merged with the crust. Instantly, the poisonous fire in the lungs of the earth erupted, and thousands of miles of the continent turned into boiling lava. The foundation of the star continent and the crust merged into one, turning into a giant palm that slammed into the sea between the East Sea and the South Sea. The 5 fingers were distinct, and the giant continent spanned more than 5,000 miles. It stood on the surface of the sea and went deep into the lungs of the earth. The palm that Yi Xiu was in went 900,000 feet into the crust, deep into the lungs of the earth. He was suppressed by the entire star continent. Chapter 566. Yi Xiu was suppressed by Chin Ong under the star continent. The mountain, which was originally 190,000 feet high, fell down and nailed into the ground. The earth-lung poisonous fire that had been accumulated for 1,000 years was suppressed in the abyss. The copper coconut island was originally weak, but now it was filled by the star continent, which was 5,000 miles long and 3,000 miles wide. It became the thickest part of the Earth's crust. The magnetic star that Chin Ong had shaken down was extremely hard. The earth veins on the continent and the magnetic pure evil qi were condensed by Tian Qi esteemed and Chin Ong. In this way, not to mention Yi Xiu, even the Amei sect would not be able to help him. Only after 81 years, when the aftermath of the magnetic star continent was released, it caused an earthquake that shook the entire continent. It was the power accumulated in the Earth's crust that poured out. It was a disaster of fortune for the star continent. Only then would Yi Xiu have a chance to escape. At that moment, the star continent had already been embedded in the Earth's crust, breaking the earth-lung poisonous fire. The Tai Chi fire surged up, and the nearby sea suddenly shook. There was a huge earthquake, and the mountains and valleys at the bottom of the sea all collapsed. In the blink of an eye, at the edge of the star continent, the mountains were roaring, stones were boiling, sand was melting, and wind, earth, water, and fire were erupting at the same time. The boiling lava burned the nearby sea red. In the star continent, a golden light dashed left and right. Wherever it went, the earth and rocks cracked. The core of a huge star outside the star continent was broken. It was Chun Ang's golden ship of fortune that had drilled into the core of the star continent, unblocked it, and created all the earth veins of the continent. It connected with the nearby water veins and the earth veins, and the primordial qi and earth qi were unblocked. After this, the star continent could be considered to have started to merge with the earth's crust. When the people from the Amei sect and the Buddhist sect saw this scene, they could not help but have complicated expressions. However, Chin Ong did not seem to feel anything. He only looked at the golden light moving around in the earth veins and smiled. This star came from beyond the heavens and has yet to be developed. It is high above the 9 heavens, and there are some heavenly treasures that are rarely seen in the land domain. Now, if we want to create this continent, we need to disperse the primordial magnetic essence qi and clear the stagnant earth veins. Most of the places where the veins of the earth converge are hard, and they contain various precious treasures from beyond the heavens. There's no karma between the heaven Tao and the karma of the heaven Tao. Fellow Taoists, all of you come from vast sects, and you have an endless number of excellent disciples. Why don't you make a move and collect some so that you can refine treasures and open furnaces in the future? As soon as he finished speaking, he commanded the golden ship of fortune to emit the primordial magnetic divine light and collect the various treasures in the earth veins. Among them, the most precious treasures from beyond the 9 heavens were the Milky Way star sand. For example, There were countless Tai star sand that was formed by the residual heat of the meteors flying in the sky and the primordial unity star, sand that had yet to disperse. Chin Ong did not forget that the golden ship of fortune was only a small success. It still needed countless heavenly treasures to fill the gap before it could be completed. At the moment, the foundation of the star continent was already stable. Although the aftershocks continued, the underground lava bubbled up from time to time. The gold chi accumulated on the surface of the earth veins, and there were many rocky mountains and mineral veins. It was difficult for plants to grow, and the magnetic chi leaked out. From time to time, mountains floated in the air, and areas with abnormal gravity appeared. It was still a long way to go before it could become a habitable continent that could nourish living creatures. However, he had to make it clear in advance that he had to eliminate the demons hiding in the stars, guide the gold chi, move the mountains and rivers of the central earth, move the mud from the bottom of the sea to the continent, open roads, guide the earth chi and transplant plants. He had already promised Mauname to do all the hard work and all the external skills. Chun Ong had already eaten the greatest benefits from the stars, and the rest of the natural treasures brought out by the earth chi, as well as the rare spiritual medicines, should also be shared with others. It was not a good habit to eat alone. As for the transportation of the magnetic chi, the removal of the magnetic chi from the star continent, and the elimination of the magnetic chi, it was left to Tian Chi and his disciples. Tian Chi wanted to use this opportunity to refine the magnetic mountain, to refine a supreme treasure for his sect, and at the same time, to accumulate external skills for his disciples. The plan, he and Chun Ong had already helped him to ascend. However, this old man was very ambitious. He wanted to use this hard work to train his disciples so that he could ascend together with his outstanding disciples and become their patriarchs in the spiritual immortal realm. Reverend Miao I looked at the boundless horizon in front of Mount Amei, the towering Xingqin province that looked like an ancient giant beast. She recalled Chun Ang's method of moving the stars and splitting the heavens and earth. She could not help but be slightly moved. He released his primordial spirit and could see that 6,000 miles southeast of the Central Plains, the Xingqiang province stretched for 3,000 miles, like a giant hand spread out on the South China Sea. Among them, the four fingers stretched for thousands of miles, towering like dragons. For mountain ranges sat in the northwest, and a large plain in the center of the palm was located in the southeast. To the east, at the position of the thumb, there was a large island, slightly smaller than the constellation continent, about 1/10 the size of the constellation continent. This island was near the Copper Coconut Island. Reverend Miao Yi saw Tian Chi and his disciples land on the Copper Coconut Island. It looked like they were going to move the Copper Coconut Island to this big island. Reverend Miao Yi smiled wryly. Fortunately, he knew that what he had done wasn't so good, so he just pretended that he didn't see it. Before Reverend Miao Yi could check the star continent, he saw another beam of light fly up from the magnetic mountain of the Copper Coconut Island and fly towards him. The beam of light was none other than Tian Chi. Before Reverend Miao Yi landed, he laughed and said, "Qin Dao, you moved the entire Mount Amei to this place. Does he want me to have a neighbor? The star continent is also very big. In the future, the population will grow, and it will be able to raise tens of millions of people. If you, my friend from the Mei sect, are willing to be my neighbor, I will also welcome you." Haha. Reverend Miao Yi knew that Reverend Miao Yi was mocking him, but he wasn't the kind of person who wouldn't give up easily. Reverend Miao Yi shook his head and sighed. Mount Amei is a famous place in the center of Shu. I don't dare to make Shu lose its fame because of my sect. My friend, Tian Chi, you must be joking. Seeing Chun Ong, Reverend Tian Chi asked, "When I was on the magnetic mountain, I saw a beam of light falling towards the star continent, but it was overturned by the star continent. I thought that beam of light was very familiar. Do you know Qin Dao Yu?" Tian Chi esteemed didn't know the reason, so he asked Ishio again. He and Ishio had been enemies for a long time, and in the end, both of them had been injured. When he saw Ishio being suppressed by the Star Continent, he felt relieved and relaxed. So he asked Ishio about it. Ishio's escape light had disappeared. So he asked Tianqi esteemed about it. Hearing his words, except for Chinong, everyone else's expressions changed, but Reverend Tianqi noticed it. Chinong replied calmly, "It's just a small misunderstanding between me and Reverend Dafeng. I made a bet with him, and Reverend Dafeng was willing to live in seclusion for decades." Chapter 567. The River Styx spent 3 days in the Great Snow Mountain before walking out of the vast wilderness. At most, it would pull the snow mountain towards southern Tibet. On the way, one could see the stone path that was trodden by the bearers and the caravans all year round. This road had been the main road into Tibet since ancient times. Because most of the caravans were pulling tea leaves from the center of Sichuan to Tibet, it was called the Tea Horse Ancient Road. Along the way, River Styx's hair and brows were covered with a thin layer of ice. He looked white and old. In the cold highland he wore a Taoist robe. Occasionally he met a horse caravan, but they dared to avoid him as they knew he was not an ordinary person. When they arrived at Matawa, there were more people. Matawa was an important town on the ancient tea and horse road, so it was not uncommon to see Han merchants coming and going. Therefore, there was not a single Taoist priest in Mingi. Tibetan nobles also often came here to purchase tea and silk goods from Sichuan. In the ancient town, caravans came and went, Han guards and waiters leading short horses, and Tibetan lamas rubbed shoulders with each other. It was a different atmosphere from other places. There were many merchants traveling around here, and they were all very discerning. Mingi, a Taoist priest, was here alone. Their stomachs were also a little grumpy, so they did not dare to provoke him. Especially in this cold climate, Mingi was only wearing a thin Taoist robe, which made the discerning people even more afraid and restrained their subordinates from acting rashly. The more this was the case, the more confident those who dared to provoke him would be. There was a Tibetan noblewoman next to him. When she saw River Styx's unusual behavior, her eyes brightened. She was wearing ordinary Tibetan clothing. Although it could not hide her nobility, she was protected by a few big men with scimitars. No one dared to provoke her. The group did not look like nobles on a trip. Instead, they looked like a group of refugees. A big man next to the noblewoman saw this and whispered into the girl's ear, "Young master, we are here to ask head Lama Sambuza to get rid of that demon. Master's life is in danger. Hu Kang's house name and the glory of his ancestors are all tied to you. Although this Han has some tricks up his sleeves, we don't know much about him. We can't afford to offend him." The young girl angrily said, "Great Lama Sambuza wants me to marry his good-for-nothing nephew. I, Appa, only have one daughter. If I marry him, will the name of my fief be Hukong or Sambuza? Head Lama Sangbuza just wants to take the opportunity to annex our family. I've heard that the mutants and Almighty Han love to help the weak and eradicate evil. If we ask them to help, even if they ask for a high reward, the Han can't possibly swallow our fiefs. Compared to the greedy head Lama Sangbuza, they are more reliable." The girl's words caused the robust man to fall silent, unable to refute her. The Tibetan noblewoman called out to the people around her and was about to walk towards River Styx. Suddenly, a loud reprimand came from not far away. A Tibetan lama, surrounded by a group of servants, was walking on the main street of the town. He was sitting on a platform, carried by 4 healthy slaves. There were curtains in all 4 directions. Hanging from the curtains were all thumb-sized red corals. There were also colored glass, gold, silver, giant clam, agate, crystal, and amber inlaid. It was extremely luxurious, dazzling in gold and jade. There were dozens of servants opening the way. They lit musk, sandalwood, dragon saliva, and agarwood. When the Tibetans on both sides of the road saw them, they hurriedly knelt on both sides and kowtowed, not daring to look directly at them. Even the Han caravan hurriedly avoided them. Only River Styx glanced at the large group of people indifferently, then continued walking on his own path. Mingy held a cold moth in his hand and played with it. The cold moth, which was carved out of ice and carved out of jade, looked like a beautiful piece of ice. It was originally a strange creature, transformed from a demon. Mingy kept activating his supernatural power, so it was like a dead thing and looked like a handle. When the llama's platform passed by River Styx, it suddenly stopped. A Tibetan carrying a scimitar hurriedly ran behind the curtains. After listening to the llama's instructions in Tibetan, the curtains continued to move forward. The Tibetan man carrying the scimitar stood in front of River Styx and stopped him. Not far away, the servant of the Tibetan girl said softly, "It's the uncle of the regent Balyuonai, the head lama Yun Dan Gongbu." "That Han is too daring." The head lama Yun Dan Gongbu is the owner of Mota's house. With the protection of Patala Palace, no matter how capable he is, a servant of the head lama Yun Dan Gongbu can still order him around. "Young master, it's better not to provoke someone you can't afford to offend for him." The noble girl bit her lower lip and looked extremely unwilling. She looked at the servant of the head lama Yun Dan Gongbu and shouted at River Styx with a strange accent, "Han!" The head lama Yun Dan Gongbu has taken a liking to the jade worm in your hand. If you present the jade worm to him, you will receive the head lama's blessing. If you refuse, the Buddha will punish you. I'm afraid it won't be Buddha who will punish me, but the head lama Yun Dan Gongbu who will punish me, someone whispered. The Tibetan looked as if it was a matter of course. Even though the head lama Yun Dan Gongbu was not a powerful living Buddha, his nephew, the regent Balyuonai, was the most powerful person in Tibet. He was the owner of Patala Palace. Among all the living Buddha lamas in Tibet, other than the most powerful living Buddhas who had reincarnated dozens of times, no one dared to not give him face. However, River Styx did not think that the regent Balyuonai was worthy of his attention. He also did not think that Patala Palace in Tibet was anything special. Ever since he descended into this world, he had never seen such a reckless person. He did not come to Tibet with good intentions. There were still many positions in the diagram of gods and demons. He did not expect that before he could find trouble with those living Buddhas, someone would come knocking on his door. What was the difference between this and running into the king of hell? Outside the Central Plains, many people who heard the two words River Styx were already trembling with fear, living in a constant state of anxiety. Even Mount Amay, a top-notch sect, had to invite Chenong for a discussion. Many divine monks came one after another. Today was the first time they saw a lama with no more than third-rate magical power putting on airs and forcefully demanding the cold moth. Should River Styx say that he was extremely daring? It was better to say that he was reckless. The population of Tibet was no more than 100th of the great Ming dynasty. Even some of the big countries in the sea had more people than them. In terms of national power, they were even more inferior. In history, they had been beaten by the Mongols, and the Mongols were conquered by the Jurchens. Today, the Jurchens had hundreds of thousands of tribes, and about half of them had been refined into evil corpses by River Styx. Chapter 568. When the traveling merchants heard the Tibetan man's question and saw the great Lama Yun Dan Yulin's carriage leaving, one by one, they stopped to watch. The Tibetans who were originally kowtowing on the ground also stood up. They crossed their arms and stood on the side with cold eyes as if they were watching the show. Some Tibetan men even put their hands on the scimitar hilt on their waists and stood behind the Tibetan man. When the Tibetan man saw that he had more people on his side, he became more and more arrogant. He shouted sternly, "Han man, are you going to defy the great Lama's order?" In River Styx's eyes, these people were like ants. He did not even have the temper to argue with them. He opened his mouth and smiled. "This thing in my hand is a very ominous thing. It is ominous. For the sake of your lives, it's better not to touch it." The Tibetan man did not know that River Styx was always honest and reliable. He thought that River Styx had politely declined. He immediately put his hand on the scimitar on his waist and sneered. What kind of ominous thing can do to the great Lama? The great Lama is the living Buddha of the world. He is extremely noble and powerful. Any ominous thing is nothing to him. Since you said that this is an ominous thing, the great Lama is the owner of this place. In order to protect everyone's safety, he has the right to take it. If you don't hand it over, you will be selling it on the market. We will deal with you accordingly. Han man, are you going against the law? The Tibetan man showed a murderous look. He looked greedily at the silk Taoist robe on River Styx. Tibetan silk was more expensive than Chinese silk. It had always been dyed for Buddhist purposes. Although River Styx's robe was blue, it was dyed black with fuel. It was still a valuable item. The Tibetan man immediately wanted to kill him. At this time, someone shouted from the side, "Is your slave going to commit murder on the street?" The Tibetan man looked back and saw the noble girl leading a group of guards between the two of them. She turned her head and said to him, "Great Lama Yundan Hongbu is a respected Buddha. He is such a fair person. How could he let you come here with such an evil tone when he is asking for offerings from others? It must be that servant of yours who is so cunning to use his name to commit evil deeds. As the daughter of the Hua family, how could I allow you to slander his name?" She plucked a silver Jie Wu from her head. It was inlaid with agate and gold. She passed it to Chinong and said politely, "This lowly slave has tarnished the reputation of Tibetans. Please forgive her. I am willing to use this precious instrument to exchange for the jade worm in your hand as an offering to the head Lama." Chinong only smiled faintly. He felt that this girl in front of him was somewhat interesting. Did she think that he would owe her a favor by exchanging something for the frost moth in his hand? However, he still smiled faintly and said, "I'm not exaggerating when I say that this thing is a ferocious object. It's just that this cold borer can't be exposed to the wind. If it leaves my hands, it will come back to life when it sees the wind. At that time, it will turn into a blue ferocious insect and pounce on anyone it sees. Those who are attacked will immediately turn into ice, and their souls will be devoured by it. Since you want this jade worm, I'll give it to you. But there's one thing, you must hold this jade worm tightly. Once it catches the wind, the consequences will be unpredictable." As soon as he finished speaking, River Styx took out the cold boar jade slough and passed it to the girl. The girl was skeptical, but she held it tightly in her hand and stuffed it into the Tibetan man's arms. She shouted, "You lowly slave, take it and leave. If you dare to come and cause trouble again, don't blame the Hua family for informing the head Lama of Yundan Mercury. Let's see if he will punish you." The Tibetan man held the cold boar in his hand and glared fiercely at River Styx. However, the difference between a Tibetan aristocrat and a slave was too big. Although he was the head Lama of Yundan Mercury, he was still a slave. If this aristocrat in front of him complained to the head Lama of Yundan Mercury, he would not have a good ending. He could only curse and leave. The aristocrat girl, Wukong Solingzam, insisted on protecting River Styx. Her servants and guards were very puzzled. The leader of the men said softly, "Young master, that Han Taoist priest is being humiliated like this, and he doesn't even dare to talk back. He doesn't look like a very capable person. He doesn't even dare to scold a slave. How would he dare to fight with a demon?" Unexpectedly, the girl did not even look at him. When she saw that River Styx was about to leave, she hurriedly followed him. An old servant came down and pulled the man aside. He said in Tibetan, "Duo Jin, you don't know, the Han people do not value bravery as a good quality. They value silence and keeping a low profile. The Han people sorcerers will not do anything that they think is boorish. Of course, it is considered boorish to argue with a slave. This is a strange tradition of the Han people. Sometimes some lowly slaves and women can have very powerful spells." Wukong Solingzam greeted River Styx warmly. "The weather in the Great Snow Mountain is very cold in Tibet. We are wearing leather jackets, but you are wearing a silk robe. I think you must be a master with magic power. I beg you to save our Wukong family. An evil demon cursed my father and cruelly massacred my people. So Langtome came to meet to find a virtuous and compassionate master like you." Without waiting for River Styx to reply, she knelt down on one knee and was about to kowtow to River Styx. The guards who followed her, including the man who did not believe in River Styx, also knelt down helplessly. They shouted in a strange Han language, "Please save our master." River Styx heard them calling him Taoist Master in a strange tone. He calmly shook his head and said, "I still have something to do. I can take a look, but I don't know the whole story. How would I dare to interfere in your life and death situation?" After saying that, he casually pointed his finger. The few people felt an unparalleled force lifting them up. Solingzam was naturally overjoyed, but the Tibetan man was extremely shocked. At this moment, there was a commotion in the distance. A few people shouted in a shrill voice, "Yundan Mercury Cloth Great Lama is assassinated. Yundan Mercury Cloth Great Lama is cursed by the shaman." Solingzam and the rest turned around to look. They saw countless indistinct blue light spots flying towards them. Yundan Mercury Cloth Great Lama was in the center of these light spots. He was wailing in agony. His wide robe spread open like a big bird's wings, helping him to fly several feet high. However, this could not stop the blue light spots from going in and out of his body. Every time they went in and out, it was like tearing the flesh from Yundan Mercury Cloth Great Lama's body. Yundan Mercury Cloth Great Lama's bodyguards and servants also fled in all directions in fear. The servant who asked River Styx for the cold moth earlier screamed and ran towards him. His face was filled with fear. When he saw River Styx, he was so frightened that his expression became twisted. He opened his mouth wide and was about to shout something when a blue cold moth flew out of his mouth. Immediately after that, his entire body turned into an ice sculpture in front of Solingzam. Then, because of the frightened people around him, he fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Yundan Mercury Cloth Great Lama held in midair for a while. He suddenly fell to the ground and turned into a pile of ice shards. In just a few breaths, more than a quarter of the people on the street were dead. The frightened merchants and Tibetans hid in the houses to seek refuge. Yundan Mercury Cloth Great Lama's bodyguards turned into ice sculptures one by one in front of Solingzam. It was not until River Styx reached out with his hand that the blue ice worms that filled the sky turned back into a cold moth that looked like it was carved out of ice jade. It lay obediently in his palm.